Welcome one, welcome all, back again to incur emotional trauma and play a game at the same time. I hope everyone's week was swell. I thought it was Monday. That's how my week's been. So every day's Monday for me, but it is Friday, so everyone's here, the whole gang. And before we get into too much stuff, I want to shout out our Roll for Insight on Sunday. This Sunday coming up is going to have Chadra from our second group, which might be coming back online, and there is going to be a whole new mechanic system on how it's going to work that I've created. So if interested, tune in for that. Should be fun. There's going to be a lot of retconning needed to make it work, but it's an interesting mechanic that I'm hoping it not freshens up the game, but makes it feel like a completely different game while still staying inside the boundaries of D&D. So, with that out of the way, we jump into a little recap of last session. You guys... Well, I mean, there's no real easy way to really sort of break into it. But, Kember. Word of Recall was decided upon. The group gathered everyone, leaving Castian and Bella behind. And to give everyone at least a night's sleep, to hopefully garner some distance and figure some things out along the way, I guess, and hopefully see some familiar faces. Kember was the destination, and Word of Recall used. You guys were then transported into Polly's little shrine room that he had attached to property that he was, as he likes to point out, renting in this one. But as soon as the door was opened, rather forcibly because of debris on the other side, you were met with, I wouldn't say the complete destruction of Kember, but at least half the destruction of Kember. Literally, as the entire city that resides on discs along the central spire of this Molehole Mine town was cleaved, entwined right down the middle. Fire, bodies of not only individuals, but of animals, all of the little inlet sections of the Molehole Mine that reside in the walls where livestock and storage was kept, completely destroyed and on fire. Metal wires and ropes that connected the spire to the walls of it itself snapped, frayed, tangled around one another, and down at the bottom of it lie the crumpled remains of the half of the spire that was destroyed and fell off, mixing in with the magma and other hot metals that reside down here that are all the mines that exist, and all the blacksmithing and things like that. Quick look around, you guys. Well, Nori cast Windwalk on you all to not have any problems. Everyone focused on being a cloud. Racha took about 1 minute and 15 compared to everyone else's minute. And you guys clouded your way upwards, seeing more of this destruction and chaos. Didn't seem like any living creatures were still on the discs, or I guess, what would you call half a disc? I don't know, there's probably a word for it, but...
Semi-disc.
There is 2 Amrics, and there was no living people still on them. A quick sort of look around, and even a look at some of the dead bodies. Polly was trying to see familiar faces and possibly old haunts that might hold some people. And then you guys got to an overhead view of the chaos that exists. The little bit of town that exists outside of the spire itself, the little front town that a lot of the trading happens with some of the traveling merchants that may come through to Kember. This too was relatively intact, comparatively, obviously, to Kember, but still in a bit of a disarray, especially with the triage tents and the mounds of bodies that have now been laid and put together. There were a couple high-ranking looking individuals that resided out here, but unfortunately it was Polly that was the only one to get close enough to take a good look, and none of them were recognizable. Just some Elven Armada officer uniform for one of them. But without seeing the faces of anyone they knew, they turned and left northwest to the dock that they originally met Amric at. Here, quiet, far removed, no one around, not even a little ship. The little cabin that acts as a resting and fish cleaning facility is the only thing that lay here, and so you guys took refuge in it, with the bird sleeping on top. And it was during the bird's watch. He was woken before, but then shortly into his watch, he started to hear a noise. A humming, almost a chanting that seemed to be coming from the direction of Kember. He kept an eye out, but was having a hard time. Eventually, after refocusing from getting distracted, saw waves and waves of ghost-like souls traveling around the building and through it, heading from Kember to the water. And over near the water, two individuals recognizable from a distance, Qatar and Zoran the Grim, his handyman, right hand, whip guy. The souls were ferried onto the demon ship that now rests not but a few hundred feet off the shore, anchored and sucking in all these souls to either be part of the crew or to transport them somewhere else. Thousands of souls, roughly around 2 to 3, got funneled into and on this ship. By the time all the souls had finished, Qatar was met with the same individual who was the end of Saren, though much larger, a few feet taller at this time. That individual clasped hands with Qatar and seemed to transfer some power as he got smaller, but Qatar got larger until they got to an equal height. It was with this that individual left back to the ship, and the ship started heading directly west into open waters. Qatar then turned around, talked to Zoran for a bit, before bestowing upon him some gifts as well. The peg leg and the arm attachment in place of an actual arm popped off and became like flesh again. Knowing that there was a kleptomaniac bird around, Zoran seemed to pick up the peg leg and the whip, just in case. But they quickly departed afterwards, and there was no incident between them and the group.
I wasn't gonna do nothing.
Klepto. It was a left peg leg. So, we're just saying the itch was real.
It was a whip.
I can't remember if I said it, but I was definitely going to use that as the hilt for whatever I make the Mithranim into.
You said you're going to make it the joystick or the lever.
You also said that you really wanted to steal that whip.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
But Rachaw checked on everyone as they started to wake up, letting everyone get the last bits of their long rest in. Told them a little bit of what happened, but stayed outside the entire time, talking through a tiny crack in the window. Decisions were made across the group as they talked about everything, and Windwalk was cast once again. Now, luckily, there are plenty of... This cabin is in rough shape. It's not a airtight cabin, and so there's plenty of holes. I'm pretty sure... There we go, Brent started moving again.
It didn't even leave. It just came back on its own.
There's plenty of holes for you guys to sort of sneak in cloud form out of the cabin. And as it did so, Bryn saw a semi-familiar yet new figure waiting at the front door. A tall, roughly 9 to 10 foot individual with no face, no mouth, no ears, the same sort of blank Slenderman-like visage that she had seen recently on or she knew of on a more female-like form. Stares at her as she goes up and flies away. The group hauls ass for the next 8 hours until finally finding a location to bed down for the night. A cave. Tucked into what actually looks like it was created over time and became a sort of half hill. Debris or something sort of blocking the wind and other debris to slowly but surely form this sort of windbreak and then a cave inside. You guys got inside, and Nori wall-stoned the entrance shut, leaving a few air holes because breathing's nice. Now, inside the cave, you guys sort of talked a little bit and then relegated each other to everyone's corners. Bryn sort of breaking the news that she saw the creature at the door. Now, it was at this time that a prayer was sent out. And as Nori went to go talk to Bryn and said, "You mind if I stay here?" Bryn goes, "Yeah, sure," and then immediately leaves. As she sees a little otter-like figure off into the far corner on a little rock. Ilinade made an appearance and was able to have a conversation with Bryn, bestowing upon her a bean of power, allowing access to one level 7 spell slot once. He did this because he knew what situation that she was currently dealing with, what was following her, so this will give you guys an extra chance to get some extra distance in a day, while still leaving plenty of time for a long rest. After bestowing this and a little bit of conversation with her, he went and talked with the ex he just can't get rid of. Slithering into Polly's arms, he had a candid conversation and let Polly know that both Otis and Devin were safe. They were with Bill and currently up in Ixian. He felt like he owed Polly. And so, once he found out that that stuff was going down, he took them before the attack happened. Because Ilinade did pass along to you, Bryn, that the attack was an attack by Ixian. I don't think you've shared that one yet, though. But nevertheless, those two are safe.
No, I have not.
Those two are safe, and they're with Bill, and your father, and having a good old time. Your dad is very happy to see Otis once again. But beyond that, that brings us back to this session. You guys got another long rest. The bean is at your disposal. And we arrive in the morning. All the watches go by unhindered.
But we didn't get a long rest.
You did get a long rest.
Okay.
That night, Nori would have put the spell, what's it called? My brain just died for a second. Wall of Stone into the spell gem. So that's in there now.
I forgot we had that thing.
That's what I used to make it so we could wind walk. And then once we all wake up, Nora's just like, okay, here's how today is going to work. I'm going to cast Windwalk on all of you. And then when we reach the end of that, we're going to use the lovely bean that we were gifted and cast it again. We're going to avoid stopping. And because we're doing that, breakfast is Goodberry. I know, not fun, but that's what's just going to happen because it'll sustain us all day rather than us having to stop a bunch of times.
It's so boring. And we
Suck
have
it
so
up.
much time. Like, we can just... It's not like we're gonna hurry to get out of here. We can make like real food and then like eat a real breakfast and then have a good berry at lunch in 8 hours.
Breakfast and then have the Goodberry after breakfast.
Or at lunch.
Using these amazingly delicious cooking spices that I have.
I know, and I still have food from the ship that I grabbed because God forbid I left that ship without food.
Not
course.
going to stop you from making stuff. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Then I make real breakfast.
While he's making breakfast, Amric is going to cast.
Make second breakfast?
Yes. No, he's going to cast Fine Steed, and he's going to create Warhorse.
Okay.
Amric?
In the cave.
In the cave that we're all in that
Yep.
doesn't have a lot of room.
There's
I
enough
can
room.
step outside the cave if the or
Nope, there's a wall of stone in your way.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
a,
where wind walking, so you don't need your steed.
and there's
I can
probably
bring
a,
him with us.
it's so because the windwalk will affect him, but it's mostly so Amric is not carrying like 500 pounds of weight.
the Deathwalker is probably right outside. So that's why there's a wall of stone right there. Just so you're aware.
All right, never mind. He'll do it once we land the first time.
Also, Bryn, come over here for a second. And I
Why
will
don't you come over here?
boop you on the nose and cast Death Ward.
And say, Bryn's gonna be like, I don't know, it kind of stopped at the door.
Right.
I don't know if I want to
So,
move.
just in case you like fly out the door and it grabs you real quick,
No,
and you
Bryn
die.
hasn't moved so that the thing can't move.
I'm just saying.
Saying like on the way out.
Yeah, on the
because
way
I
out.
assume we're exiting the hole.
I just, have,
Holes.
I just have a feeling that like Polly's like cooking like mushrooms and like putting like maybe like some breakfast meat in there and like making like a little bowl, and so he just like slides it in like a slider into your mouth and then boops you on the nose with Death Ward.
Wait, here's your burrito. Boop Death Ward. Just in case it takes you out on the way out, you can pop back up and keep a running.
Where did you learn burritos from? What are burritos?
You know
Well,
what?
right,
It's
Same
just
place where the tacos came from.
wraps. If you want to call them that, I don't give a shit what you want to call them.
Wrapping?
He just puts the
A
food in
breakfast
your mouth.
burrito? That's what
you
it
want
is.
the food or not, Caparin? Or you can have a good berry. Because they're so delicious.
Okay, hand it over. Hand it over.
Nori
I
out of
wanna-
spite eats her good berry. You guys.
And thank you, Emmerich. I appreciate the spices. I really do.
You're welcome. I only have a couple more non-magical ones, but we can definitely use what I have for the next few meals.
It's actually okay because we're supposed to, if we've planned this out right, be in Caparin's hometown by the second windwalk. Like tonight. So yeah, eat up, kids.
Probably when we land, we better let my mom know that we're. Oh wait, we won't be in town for very long, hopefully.
No, you guys have to wait for the scroll to be made.
Yes, I can call people if you'd like me to.
And Bryn's
Just so we have a room ready.
Bryn's got to stay bedridden the whole time.
All right, we gotta tie her down. Got it.
You
Should
don't
I
have to.
have I called your
We-
mom
we-
before?
Yes, you have.
Should I do it again?
When we land. This is the first time.
So since there's little cracks, how much sun is coming through?
Very minimal.
Maybe not right now. She might be asleep.
No, mainly
Mhm.
because of the holes that you made. We're talking because I'm picturing the holes like as big as a finger. So
They're supposed to be an inch, right?
yeah.
But what time of day do we
You garner
think
by
it is?
the time that you guys landed, had the conversations, went to bed, woke up, probably around the 7 a.m. mark.
Yeah, no. We'll do it when we land. I don't want to piss her off.
She's probably awake feeding Tim right now, but okay.
And it is Penta,
It's
for those who need
early
to know.
morning, compared, she's feeding Tim and then going back to bed.
I think it's work time after that, but okay.
I'd like to give her a little time to wake up. I would hate to be contacted at 7 a.m. in the morning.
A businesswoman never stops working.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
And Kaporan's like literally interrupted her during business hours, so
More than once.
yeah, several times. Actually 3, I think.
Really
in total.
awkward considering you know her work schedule and what she does, and you still decided to call her during that time.
It's fine.
We were on an island.
She's
I
only
wasn't
making
sure.
money.
It was
Yeah,
usually
we're
at the
talking
end
like
of
3, 4 in the afternoon. She should be like getting ready and not so much working. So let's just do it when we stop. But before that happens, does anybody need me to contact anybody else before we finish breakfast and get out of here? Richa? Anyone?
I never had this happen.
I know.
I feel like with Patron, that question is such a grab bag. He's just gonna pick a random ass NPC that he met and just like.
That's
really
what I'm
liked.
hoping for. Like, nobody's ever asked Richa if he wants anybody like contacted before, and I'm kind of like, I'm doing my best to accommodate the whole team.
There's somebody, but it's irrelevant right now. We'll do it later.
I really don't have anything else to do.
I'd rather not waste the magic. They probably can't get contacted anyway. They're in the bubble.
What bubble?
Ixian
Be a
bubble.
bubble?
There were 2 different responses.
The Ixian bubble, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think they monitor that stuff.
Polly, you do know that sending does go through the bubble.
I think they monitor it. I don't think that they disallow it. If you want me to do it, it's up to you. I thought I'd offer because I don't think I've ever asked you if you wanted me to send to anybody.
I still forget that he can actually talk.
I mean, it's fine for now. We'll talk about it later.
Okay. All right.
So tell me how you guys are gonna go about leaving.
Okay. So here's where it's going to be fun for me because I know that thing is right outside the door. How thick was this hill, like above us?
Altogether, the hill probably raises about 20-something feet.
And so from where we are in the cave to the top of the hill?
You're looking at about a 10-foot gap from the floor to the top of the cavern that you're in. So you're looking at 10 to 15 feet above that.
To take
So-
down, you would be able to take down the stone wall, though, right?
Yeah, I would be.
Leave. Would you be
Well,
able to cast it on us?
It's already permanent.
Yeah, but I
yeah.
could punch a hole in it with stone shape.
Yeah, but she was asking if you could drop the spell.
Well, no, just like move it because it'd be easier to go through the 1 foot. So, or whatever it is. Would
Yeah.
we be able to cast the wind walk on us because you can not make yourself a cloud, punch the hole, we go out, and then you could join us a minute later?
Yeah, that was my plan. I was gonna do pass wall above us. That way we could, because Mr. Deathwalker is definitely right outside the door.
Knock, knock.
I mean, it's not definitely, but it is rather likely.
It's definitely outside the door.
Brain, go take it. Oh no, wait,
I mean,
no, can't move.
mathematically,
Never
it was
mind.
moving.
Yeah, it's 16
Yeah, it's
hours to move,
yeah.
which you guys moved 8 hours, so it would be there.
Give me a little bit of time to pray, because I haven't done that this morning, to fix my spells, and I think that I can fix this.
Which for Brulison, praying means downing an ale.
Because I think that I can switch out to meld into stone. It's a ritual, and I can cast it on everyone one at a time. We all know where we're going, and then we can just go through the stone without having to deal with it at all. Does that sound okay? I mean, it'll take like an hour, but...
So you can only leave where you enter with meld into stone. So you basically can just hide inside the stone and then come back out in the same space. You can't.
Yeah, you like
traverse through
bury
the
your.
stone.
You essentially bury yourself so that you can spend 8 hours unabated.
Yeah, which would be good for Bryn to get some sleep somewhere, if you guys really needed it to. And
True.
And then Nori could like stone shape behind her.
Okay.
But no,
I've
it's meant
got-
as just a hiding situation, not a traversing.
Okay. Well, I'll switch it out anyway, but it is an option for, I don't know, when we get there.
That just sounds hilarious. It's like, okay, Bryn, stay still. Just face palmer into the stone.
Yeah, there you go. Just love it. Accept
Rather
it.
go
Go to
into
sleep, go to sleep, go to
a
sleep.
stone than have Kaporin tie me on a bed.
There you go.
I mean, I'm not good at knots. Racha would have to do the tying.
Same answer, Kaporin.
I'm actually out of rope. I was kind
Oh,
of,
what a shame.
I was kind of expecting to go and get some at Kember, but yeah.
Don't worry, there's
Yeah,
plenty in
that's-
Kaporin's town.
Yep, plenty of rope.
Cold
Okay,
subject
I'm gonna
has different
cast-
types too.
Ooh, I have to stop back there.
It's like a Spencer's meets a Hot Topic.
Who's Spencer and why do I care?
What's
Because
a hot
it's
topic?
mechanics.
It's the owner.
Spencer's is all mechanic bullshit.
So go ahead, Nori.
Lost my train of thought. So what Nori's going to do is she's going to cast Windwalk on all of you, on herself as well, but she's not going to turn.
Yeah.
And then she's going to, let's see. The Deathwalker's right outside. Where did we come out from the, what's it called? From the house. Like, where did we exit?
You guys went up.
So we just like slipped through a bunch of cracks?
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right.
Because
So
in the houses out there, they have those eaves where if you cook inside, it allows the smoke to billow out. So you guys can just whoop.
that's what we're gonna do. So she's gonna do that. Once everyone's turned, she's essentially gonna punch a hole in the ceiling with pass wall, so you guys can all fly through. And so she's like, okay, once I do this, you instantly all leave. 3, 2, 1, go.
The
I
whole-
feel so weird being as fast as everybody else.
Bye.
That's the real reason he doesn't like this spell. So the hole gets created. The stone and dirt. Let me just make sure.
For pass wall, it just goes through anything.
Yeah, I know. I was just seeing if it displaces it or if it just makes it disappear. So I'm guessing it just shoves it.
Which way do we go?
Yeah, it just east.
Because they don't know what that is. You're the one that has to dictate to them.
Rachano's directions, go.
Rachad's just like, I don't like this, and everyone's like, dude, go somewhere.
We're just going with Rashad. That's fine.
It's fine.
Go now. Leave.
So, you guys zoom through the hole that has newly been created to the top of this hill. Nori. Almost immediately after they get through, you start focusing, and you realize that the top of this hill is not sturdy at all. In which you've just
Yeah. With pass wall, it creates no instability in a structure surrounding it.
Yeah, no new instability. This already had instability. If any of you guys had walked on top of this hill, you would realize that it's actually a cavernous void at the top. So it's basically like two caves, and you punched through it, and you probably see it for a moment there. You're like, huh, that's a big open little spot right there. And so it doesn't really do much. It just throws some dirt down on you, delaying you maybe like 10 seconds for your thought process. But it just, that whole portion just like sinks in and then just falls on top of you. Remember, this place originally, when you guys first came in here, had some loose debris. It looked like someone was using it for storage or possibly a smuggling spot. This seems to have, you seem to have found a hidden cache area up there, which you could take the time to look through if you want, or you can just get on out.
Yeah, I want to check that.
I mean, we would have done that last night if we had known that.
Yeah, since I'll be on my own and I can dash, I'll be able to catch up to them.
Well, you probably understand that they're probably dashing, moving as fast as they can too.
Well, you said that we could only do 300 as a group, and then as a singular person, I could do 600.
Otherwise, but you also got to realize that they're following Racha. If you wait too long and try to find them, it's a shot in the dark. Like, you're better at like meeting them at Kaporin's place, because 300 feet for 18 seconds is a long way, and you can't see a little cloud that far away.
Yeah, she told him to go east. She'll head east. Essentially, I just want to peek in because that's
okay. So you focus on your minutes. A little bit of the debris comes down, delaying you a little bit, but you turn into cloud form. You sort of take a slow ride up and look inside, and there are many boxes. Somewhere in the realm of 20 to 25 boxes. And one of the ones that seems to have been cracked open from this hole that you created, basically toppled the box over and cracked open. There seems to be an interesting, almost pearlescent powder that seems to have been dumped out from one of these small satchels.
Wait, we were staying in this place an entire night and we didn't see crates?
No, they're the secret
up in
cavern.
The ceiling.
Yeah.
No one explored to find anything else, so you wouldn't have seen the.
Come on, Racha.
The mark.
I was up
the
there
ceiling
making a
your
hammock.
thing?
It was fine. There's nothing up there. It's all
if it
good.
was anyone but you, Racha, you would have brought the ceiling down in on everybody. So you're floating up.
Can I fly through, since I'm a little cloud, can I really quickly fly through, if there's any gaps in the crates, just like peek in, peek
The
out?
only crate that has a gap in it, because these all seem to be perfectly sealed and pretty much untouched, is the one that you sort of toppled over. It's got a small gap, but I mean, if you fly into it, you're gonna have no light.
Dark vision?
No light means no light. Like I said, one little pouch did fall out and drop some pearlescent powder.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it. I can meet them there. It's fine.
You are the person who casts Windwalk, so they're only gonna get 8 hours.
Yeah, I can meet them at that halfway point.
Okay.
Can't I? Okay,
So,
this your
8 hours
your
and
whole deal.
Yeah, so it takes you a minute to
No,
become cloud, a minute to
wouldn't.
undo, and
The
then a
last
minute
time
to
she was
redo.
curious about stuff, Bryn died. She's not. She heads after them.
It's not so much sprint
That was
dying.
more
It's
of
just,
a Bryn curiosity, by the way.
it would be 3 minutes of them traveling in a direction which might be east or might be loosely east, and then you finding them. At that point in time, I'd make you roll a D1000. Like,
Yeah, I'm just the player in me is shiny. The Nori wouldn't care. She just Bryn
worries.
died the last time this sort of thing happened. So
Well, technically, you sealed the cave off, and you made a magical hole at the top. Well, hopefully, it's still there by the time if we ever come back this way.
she
or
doesn't
it's all
care.
going to collapse in on itself by the time. all this goes. But nevertheless, Nori puts her player instincts aside and continues out the hole and trying to find the cloud. Go ahead and make a perception check for me. On the way out, Bryn, you can't help but look behind you as you do exit. Currently, where the wall of stone is at, as you get a higher vantage point, you see the 10-foot tall individual. He's currently interacting with the door somehow. And you guys are all leaving too quick to see anything else, but the head does follow you as you start to leave. Luckily, the cloud color that you guys are is enough of a difference for you to pick it out after traveling a few hundred feet at full speed. And you're able to pick up your group not too far behind. Luckily, Rachaw's pretty good at knowing what his east is.
Make sure we're all going east in the direction necessary.
That's the only reason you found him. Because Rachaw is going dead east.
Rachaw basically is like, Kaparin will eventually recognize something, I imagine.
Isn't it kind of southeast anyway?
No, it's pretty much dead east.
From, where Kember was.
Kember's pretty low on the Sidian border. And she's
The computer's dying.
I was gonna say she's that surprised she caught up to you guys. So you guys are able to coalesce with one another once again, travel the 8 hours of Windwalk, and eventually, feeling the effects of magic starting to fade, sort of direct each other down to the ground. Currently, still pretty much open plains, not as green and lush as some of the plains that you came from, but far off on the horizon, it does seem to get a lot darker as far as vegetation goes.
I shall use the gifted bean.
She presents the holy bean, literally. And
I'm a little sad that it's a 7th level spell and you're using it on a 6th level spell.
And ingests said bean.
Just a little spell. Just a little sad, that's all.
And with that, Windwalk is rip-roaring and ready to go once again. Another casting.
After lunch, of course.
After lunch, of course. But after another casting, another minutes of concentration, back into cloud form, and eastward bound once more. As you guys get closer, Kapoor does start to recognize some things. But only about 20 minutes out from the actual town itself. Pretty much as the town comes into view on the horizon.
I'm not that bad, Jesus.
Kaporin, you knew more of the forest, and from the vantage point of being probably a few hundred feet in the air, you're not used to this one.
Okay.
So it's nothing on you, it's just a completely new vantage point.
I know the
Floating
town
along-
from before.
Floating alongside Amric, or just kind of like wind whisper, I really wish I could smoke right now, because it'd make a lot of sense.
The smoke is smoking.
Kinda, yeah.
Leaves a cloud trail.
Was that for me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, what did you say? I was getting my food from outside.
I really wish I could smoke right now, but it's kind of counterintuitive, since we're already clouds.
But that's interesting.
Does smoke just absorb other smoke? You might be able
I
to do
can't
it.
pull my pipe out because we're clouds.
Sounds like you don't believe hard enough.
Can you make fire while you're clouds?
Oh. No.
Turn into a fireball.
Because you are traveling 300 feet every 6 seconds, so to talk, even to whisper, is still really loud. Like, over the sound of the wind just...
But it's also very breathy because we're clouds.
It's true.
All right.
Cloudception.
How much time do we have left after the?
You'd be pushing it to get to the town with the second 8 hours.
Yeah, let's do it.
So once the town's basically in view, everyone's allowed to open free dash because you all have a point that you're going to. So it allows you to get there within the amount of time of the spell, and pretty much.
Wait. Nori would tell Bryn not to.
Oh yeah, you can. That's fine.
Yeah, Nora will stay behind with Bryn if need be. She's just like, you guys can go ahead. I'll stay back.
I mean, I'm the slow one, so.
Not in this.
Everyone's the same speed, which bugs Rachel.
The point hang straight for home.
So you can go straight. You can go straight into your room if you want.
Sounds good. I would totally do that.
At lunchtime, I contacted his mom and told her we were coming.
Not a problem.
Leave the window open.
But yeah, you can go straight into your room. Rest of you guys can just sort of hang outside the building until Nori and Bryn make it there. But you guys have made it back to this town.
I will head directly to Zorinth's house.
Okay. You don't know where his house is. You only know where his shop is.
I'm sorry, his shop?
Yeah.
Which is also his house?
Nope.
That's what I think it is. And
Well,
I'm
it's
sticking
not.
to it. Well, I'm sticking to it. I don't care.
Fine. Just because he threw a cot in the back for you, doesn't that make it his house?
Oh, it makes it my guest room.
But easy enough to do, and he's open to pretty late at night anyway, so...
He wakes up late, I get it.
Yeah, definitely an 11 to 6 type of... 11 to 7, sorry, type of work schedule.
That's it? Really?
He makes good money, he doesn't need to work too hard.
True that.
But you can go there. Eventually, Nori, Bryn, you guys will actually appear before the town and then have to walk your way in.
What a shame having to walk like 300 feet.
In peace and quiet. Oh no, whatever will we do?
Oh, such a shame.
Which
You
I'll
have
give you a little
300
bit.
feet to talk. That's it.
You got 300 feet to be a couple. Go. Now everybody else. Kaporin's in his room. Polly's over at Zornt's. Cha?
I mean, if we have no other plans, he's gonna check in with McGregor.
McGreedy? Alright.
He said what he said.
So you go to his shop. Amric, where are you going?
Amric will probably start off his time in town by staying with Polly and meeting up with the wizard.
Okay. So, we'll do Polly and Amric first then. Getting to Zoran's shop, there's actually a decent amount of customers inside when you arrive, which is different. Because he has a more higher price tag situation to most of his stuff, he usually doesn't have more than 1 to 2 people in there at a time. Though he gets plenty of requests and jobs that he needs to get done for higher paying clientele, actually having people in his shop is sort of a new thing. And he's got about 5 people in here as you guys arrive. You kind of just come in through the door, see everyone, and you can see Zoran sort of behind everything. He doesn't look anxious. He just looks annoyed at how many people are in here. 3 of them are currently up at the counter with him, all of them sort of asking questions at the same time. And you can tell he's probably using every ounce of self-control to just not do wizard stuff to them. And the other 2 are on opposite walls, one's looking at spell scrolls and one's looking at components. Out of the 5 individuals that are in here, the 3 that are up at the front, one of them seems to be wearing Elven Armada officer's clothes. So you're guessing he is a high elf. You can't tell any of the features from behind. He's flanked on either side. On the left side, it looks to be a half-orcish woman with a tight bun of black hair. Tall, wearing, looks like half-plate armor, and a myriad of weapons on her belt. To her right, looks to be... Who's on the right? A Durgar individual holding a hammer that has a violet jewel inlaid into it. Off to the left wall, currently checking components. Looks to be a slender woman as far as figure is from behind, wearing what looks to be like a decently heavy shawl across nice robes that are decently form-fitting. You're guessing height and everything wise, somewhere in the realm of human, elf, something in the mid 5-foot range, but with a small and slender figure, and she's pretty wrapped in what she's got around her, but she is hands moving across, gloved hands moving across the different components and sort of checking price tags, and looks like she's taking certain things and moving them into a pile of things that she's going to buy. Over on the right side, checking out the spell scrolls currently, is a familiar half-orc.
My familiar half-orc?
Not your favorite one. Kurmarsh stands currently looking across the scrolls.
Nephews or nephews? I don't give a shit.
Looking across the scrolls, eyeing some of the higher price tag, higher up in the top, and he kind of gets a nudge from this hammer into his side as he turns and looks at the Duragar. And the Duragar points, Hakus points up with his hammer to the top row, and Kurmarsh grabs a couple scrolls and puts them down in front of him. This immediately gets Zoran's eyes, and he kind of just forgets the other two for a moment. He kind of just turns to Hakus.
Yes, you want me to ring those up for you?
Hakus just kind of like lays the hammer down to make a thud onto the counter. Yeah, ring them all up.
I will walk up behind Kurmarsh and I don't know how to put this. I will smack his thigh, not hard, but with my hammer, just to give him a little jolt, and say, "What's up, buddy boy?
A little static
Long
kiss.
time no see."
So a little static kiss with the little dragon hammer. And this is as he's like turning around from handing over the scrolls, and you immediately hear the shing, like, of the half pull of the swords that he's got.
You mean this is leg buckles?
No, he doesn't know what's touching him on his side. But
it's electricity, his leg buckles, right?
No.
Right.
No. Just getting a little shock. If you would hit him with it and cause some electric damage, then I would say yeah. But just a little. Think of like rubbing your feet on the carpet as you're walking up to your mom, and then just going.
Like someone sticks their finger in your ear as they walk by.
Yeah. It gives him some movement, but it's not going to buckle him. But you do hear the half pull of two swords from his left side as you touch his right leg. It turns, and
no need for that.
The sort of big side grin that he does kind of picks up and just goes, "Should have fucking known." And you get the swords go back down, and he turns, and he. At first, you think he's gonna punch you as he comes around with a left hook. But he stops.
I'm used to it.
He stops
I
like
have parents.
4 inches from your face, and then he just shoves his thumb down into this pressure point spot, right in between your clavicle and your neck, basically. It just makes you go, eh.
Can I knock him in the knee with my hammer?
Oh yeah, you're right there.
Okay,
So you just
we'll do that.
there's a nice like loud boom as you hear the bone hit the hammer, and it kind of like makes his legs slide out a little bit, and he just kind of like leans down and now does 2 thumbs, one in each side of your neck, and then slides and grabs your armor and sort of like picks you up and just gives you a big ol' hug.
When he puts me down, I'll look over at Hawkus. Cousin?
He's currently in the process of like dealing out gold and platinum to Zorinth. Zorinth is just like he's kind of like starting to notice it, and he goes, "Oh, hey!" Just sliding bags and bags of platinum and gold over. He just spent about 12,000 gold.
I'm sure. Kermarsh, you remember Amric?
Have we ever actually met?
Yes, you should have in Solbrin.
In this
I thought
timeline,
that-
yes.
I thought that was Earthamarsh.
No, Earthamarsh was never there.
No, you guys never met Earthmarsh.
He was in the foothills,
Mhm.
hometown wise when we were there.
He kind of gives you a nod and says, "You look a bit different."
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that right now.
Yeah,
Then-
I've had a few changes.
Then what are we talking about? What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
We're buying
Mr.
stuff.
I used to be in Ixian, now I'm working for Cydia buying scrolls and stuff.
Let's just say I had business out here, and we're buying stuff now.
Sounds familiar, actually. Zorith is a good friend, and I just was coming to visit, with the entire group and stuff.
Wait, they're all here?
Almost all of them. Your brother's still up with my with Otis and his
Otis?
grandpa and Bill. Yeah, Otis.
They're up in Ixian?
The Otis, yes. They're up in Ixia.
I don't...
You know what?
don't know what to do. I want to go back.
About what?
Hawkus, can we go back?
No. They're with my dad. They're safe. They're in Solbrin. It's fine. You can think of the name later. Anyway,
Of course, fucking elevator.
tell me about it. Trust me. I get it. What is it that you are doing here?
Buying
You know what?
scrolls.
Never mind. I get it. I don't want to know. How long are you going to be here?
We're literally just traveling through.
Not even for the day? Not even for the night?
And we stayed last night and got in pretty late. I had to wait
I
for
haven't
the shop
seen you
to
in
open.
months, and now you want to just take off. I get it. You know what?
He's trying to blame it on me. You know how business goes.
We helped raise you. It's fine. It's okay.
You know what? We'll go
I
back.
just,
I'll go back to your home, and you can come and hang out with all of us.
I'm not allowed to go back to my home, and you knew
And
it.
whose problem and fault was that one?
It's your problem. It's my fault.
Eh. Where are you actually staying from now on?
I literally don't know. I've never stayed here before, except in Zoran's back room, and that is not an option today.
No, I mean, where are you living at?
Oh, yeah, you can thank Ixia for that too.
I mean, since that.
Since when? Since the fact that I was in Kember for
He kind
3
of like
months,
just
and
like
now it's
pushes onto you and just. You get the sense that he's like, "Yo, be quiet."
fine. We're gonna be at the inn / I guess brothel. I don't even know what to call it. We're staying with Caparin tonight. if you guys want to stop by, you're more than welcome.
I'll definitely make it for us to have dinner there.
I hope you don't leave too soon.
I can at least make sure that we have dinner.
Good, because I miss
I'm
you
hungry.
a lot.
And he just kind of yells it over to Hawks, and Hawks just gives him the...
I'll whisper, sorry about that. It's kind of my fault. I'll
He's
tell you
never-
about it later.
He's never happy when he's got to spend money.
He's not really happy with me either, but anyway.
I know.
Zorinth, how is it going?
Hey, Polly! And he's just like, shing, shing, as he's just like scooping in piles of gold, and like, you hear just a thunk, as he just like dropping little satchels of it behind the counter. Doing wonderful, and glad to see you. Now, can I offer you anything else? We've got plenty of other scrolls and services as well. No, be fine. Thank you.
Are you sure he's pretty amazing? He can pull a rabbit out of a hat if you need him to.
No? And Hawkus takes his hammer off the counter. You hear sort of the groan of the wood, sort of like, oh, thank God, as the hammer is off of it now. And Hawkus turns around and puts the hammer down and lets go of it. And then goes and puts the last couple pouches away on his belt. The hammer starts to lift up. And at first, Hawkus doesn't notice it. And then Hawkus is looking down as he's kind of like turning his head. He looks up. And his eyes kind of open wide, and he snatches the back end of the handle real quick. He goes, Nori's here, isn't she?
Nope. And yep. But it's not the same thing.
Yeah, what he said.
Can we talk? Or are you gonna get mad at me?
I don't see right why or how I could get even more mad at you, so sure.
Okay, so can we talk outside? Because this is not business for anybody else. I apologize, Zorinth. I you know a lot, and I'll tell you later, but this is not the place to talk.
Yes, not a problem. Wonderful doing business with you. Hope to do so again later.
We'll be right back. Promise. And I will walk outside.
Okay. Hawkus and Kermarsh follow along.
You coming with Emmerich, or you staying inside?
No, I'll be coming with.
Thank
Okay.
God. I just need you over my shoulder to make me feel better. So here's the deal. No, Nori lost that piece a long time ago. Gone. But it turns out that Racha had a piece hiding inside of him. And circumstances being what they are, it's actually taken hold and started growing. I mean, it's perfect for Racha, actually. It's working out real well.
You mean the piece that stealthed inside the bird of stealth?
Yeah, pretty much.
Perfect match for each other.
Yep. It's working out real well, and he's enjoying it too.
Well, you said it hid.
Yep. So, long story short, there was a demon that was overriding it, so it hid inside of him, and now the demon's gone, so it's asserting its domination, blah, blah, blah. Also, symbiotic relationship, blah, blah, blah. And no, I'm not happy about it, but there's nothing I can do about it. So if you have any more questions, you can go and ask for Cha. But please don't take it from him. He worked real hard for this. I'm not happy about it, but he worked real hard for this.
That's not the part that's got me questioning. It's the fact that Trentamir never hides. So, I have a test. And he goes and grabs his hammer and turns it sideways and just lets it go, and it just hovers there for a moment. He's got his hand like around the handle, but he's just letting it hover. He's focusing on it. And the hammer just starts to slowly travel down the street. And Hawkins just starts walking next to it. And at first he's got his arm extended, very wary of it maybe just taking off. But it just slowly glides.
Yeah, we're talking about a piece that's stealth in a stealthy bird. I mean, can you just give it to him, please? Please?
I'm not gonna take it.
Well, then what does it matter?
Why are you so defensive?
Because he's my friend and I don't want you to hurt him. That's why.
Did I say I was going to? The
You're
only person
acting
who's
like
hurt
it.
anyone around here is you. And Hawkins continues walking with his hammer. Now with
I'll
it
roll
just,
my eyes to Kuramarsh and then follow.
as it's slowly just kind of traveling and bouncing along its path. It's almost like he's walking the dog. He sort of just stands next to it, puts his hands in his pockets, and just kind of vibes with it as it's slowly moving down the street. As it does so, it sort of weaves around most people. But some of the objects, I guess it can't register. And so, like, they're walking past a stand that has basically a little sunblock put up. And the hammer just, like, knocks two of the bars out, and the thing falls down on the person who's currently dishing out fruit. Just, hey,
When I figure out that I can't deter Hawkins, I will cast Sending directly to Cha. Hawkins is in town. His hammer is looking for you. Don't be surprised when he shows up. It's not in a hurry. Be careful.
I feel like the hammer.
You can't hide.
Roger Dodger.
I feel like the hammer is usually a lot more murdery than that.
I know, but I mean, you never know when it like sees what it wants. It just kind of absorbs it no matter what. And yeah, I've seen it murdery even more, which I don't like either.
Just constantly knocking over shit as it's just going by. It'll swerve around people, but any inanimate object, it just think just moves it out of its way. It's very much Thor hammer-like-esque. If a wall's in its way, it just nope, goes right through it.
Is Earthamarsh or is Kuramarsh just like kind of picking shit up after it knocks?
No.
They're just letting things fall over?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm picking things up afterwards.
Kuramarsh is
I'm
just like dropping like little bags of gold on people's count on like tabletops and such. Like, here's 20 gold. There's 10 gold. And Hawkins is just like very interested in what his hammer's doing as it continues to just move. And now it sort of does a diagonal across the street. And this is where the chaos ensues. As it's just like people are like, oh shit! And then they have to like hold their matrix position as this hammer is just like la-di-da-di-da-di-da.
Please don't let it go through walls, please.
Horses like slam on their brakes.
Yeah. Racha, what are you doing after hearing that message?
Well, am I at McGreedy's?
Hey! Dun, 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 dun. Yes, you were at McGreedy's.
Oh no.
He would be currently working on something, and very interested to talk to you, but just give him a few minutes. And within that few minutes, you would have gotten this message.
Hey,
Yeah.
And then he like stops himself, and he's like, "I'll be back," and he just goes outside.
When you left him, he was currently packing in what looks to be like almost like flour into a metal rod. It's basically making a pipe bomb. So you exit.
I wouldn't exactly be moving away from the building, but I would probably be like on the corner of the block kind of thing.
Okay, so just finding a little bit more of an open area and getting to the intersection.
And like enough avenues to try and avoid a flying axe if I needed to.
Okay. You're sort of standing there, and you got a couple exit routes in mind just in case. And you kind of look down the street and see just like little bits of chaos happening closer and closer. Not at a fast speed. We're talking a walking pace. And just like all of a sudden, there's a stand that crumples to the ground. And you hear like upset voices of people. And then you like hear some, people screaming at someone else, going, "Oh, what the fuck?" And, just random little things. And then, like, first you see Kuramarsh, then you see Amric being the taller individuals. Then you see Hawkus and Polly. And then, like, you see, because you're on the back end of a stand that has basically a curtain on the back. And you just see this curtain starting to meld out towards you, just bowing out until eventually just it rips right through. And now this hammer has a curtain on it as it's just traveling to you, looking like a little ghosty ghost coming at you, but in blue and gold stripes. As the hammer's just making its way to you, now about 15 feet out.
Hi.
It just sort of keeps going, and then the curtain falls away from it, a few feet away from you. And this time Hawkus sort of gets in between the two of you. And then the hammer comes closer and closer. 4, 3, 2, and then Hawkus puts his hand up in front of the hammer, and the hammer just stops into the hand. And he kind of pushes it back to 4 feet. 3, 2, and he stops it again.
How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, see, the problem is, it's not the crystal that's trying to make contact. Whenever my hammer takes a piece, the crystal needs to make contact with the other crystal if it wants to absorb it. This is the top of my hammer. And then
Are you saying that it's going to meld into Racha and be his?
He smiles.
Nicely?
And says, no.
All right, then.
He pushes the hammer back and then puts his hand basically... He sees where the hammer's trying to go, directly to your chest. And he puts his hand on your chest, basically right over your crystal. And the hammer comes slowly and just boop on the other side of his hand. And he kind of looks at you, just trying to understand in your eyes.
You can talk to him.
Hi.
I was saying that to Hawkus, but yeah, sure.
Hi. I never really learned how to speak this bird language.
Cousin, talk to him. Just talk to him.
What can I do for you?
Do you know why this is happening?
I have an inkling.
Well, do share with the rest of class.
Maybe like champion.
He kind of looks you down, looks you up. Maybe one day, but I don't think you're there yet.
I'm working on it.
Well, I can tell you, there's no ill intent from my hammer.
Do I poke it?
He still has his hand basically on your chest, holding the hammer back. He goes, be my guest.
In his mind, talking to the god that is Trentamir, goes, I really hope this isn't like fucking with me. And he'll go ahead and like let the hammer touch him, essentially.
So just move Hawkins' hand out of the way.
Yeah, and but like be prepared for it. Like I want to be the dominant one, and just in case.
I'll slide behind Kuramarsh.
So you sort of put your hand on Hawkins' forearm and push down. His hand slips, and the hammer, and you guys that's around just hear the tiniest of tink as the metal of the hammer impacts the crystal. Nothing happens.
Thought an explosion was gonna go, and I was gonna.
And
get
then,
set
no,
fire. It's the explosion outside McGreedy, so nobody is really scared of it because it's just an explosion by McGreedy.
but it does ignite kindness and just starts a whole new cascading effect. Spit take, yeah! Hey, we almost killed her too.
That I'm gonna admit that was the closest I've ever gotten. My back hurts from like how
to hold
much
it in.
effort it took. Had my computer, which I very much care about, that has all my stuff on it, not been here, yeah, probably.
But yeah, no, the hammer stays floating, stays contacted with your piece of Trentamir, but it does not seem to react in any other way. There is no sort of internal struggle or tug of war between the crystals. The crystals aren't specifically touching one another. There is the metal that stands in between. And Hawkins is going to sort of run his hand across the hammer's head. And then sort of like touch the crystal with his index and middle finger and just sort of like focus for a moment. He goes, it's weird. My piece. It's, for lack of better words, infatuated with yours.
Kind of gross, but okay.
Hey, if you want to love anyone else, you have to love yourself first.
Yeah, tell it to yourself.
I do.
I meant that for myself anyway.
People having sex back in the day?
He's like,
Kind of, yes.
he kind of looks at you and you see this purple glow behind his eyes for a moment. And you hear his voice in your head. He goes, I know it. Our pieces are connected. I know everything you know.
Well, shit. In his own voice.
Try to read mine.
Yeah, he'll do his best.
Okay, go ahead and do for this one specifically, with Hawkus and what he's trying to allow you to do, this would be a wisdom check.
Just a straight one?
Just straight wisdom, yep. You try to open up to the connection that's been made, and you see, Polly and Amric, you would see sort of Racha's like left eye flash purple for a little bit, like almost like a flickering light bulb, and then you see a couple pictures, Racha, from a much different perspective than you've ever seen. The only thing that stays still long enough for you to make out what it is the overlooking of Kember as it writhes on fire, slowly slipping one side of the disc down. But that's all you get.
We see flashes of purple.
You see it in his left eye.
Okay. I'm not that stupid. And I'll walk over to Racha, and I'll pat him on the shoulder. And I'll say, you know what? Try again. And I'll cast guidance on him.
Hawkus, make an insight check first.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's
Ooh.
making some inferences.
As Polly says that to you, Rachan, you look back to Hawkus. There's a look in Hawkus' eyes of not doubt, but worry of you trying too much too fast. And you hear in his head, don't try and do too much right away. Could have nasty counter effects.
And in his mind to Hawkus, was it you that did that to Kember?
Something of that scale is not just a single person's ability. It took a team.
So that's really why you're down here then.
It just gives you a nod. So, with this situation, you can retry to see more images. But if you get under a 13, you're gonna have a little bit of a brain hemorrhage. Just a tiny one. It's fine. Just a little bleeding out the nose. Possibly lower your intelligence score by 1. Just little things.
You've got a cleric right next to you. You're fine.
We've all practiced to make sure to take Racha's tongue and move it to the side so he can still breathe.
I
We're just gonna
think,
shoot his tongue full of Novocaine one day.
I think he's wise enough to heed Hawkus' advice for them, especially considering he has no fucking clue what he's doing with this involved. Out of game wise, I haven't rolled above a 10 in like 30 rolls.
So we're probably safer.
But you have guidance.
It's your character.
No, I'm not gonna do it. But you want me to roll it just to see?
You say he's not gonna. Sure, you can roll to see what would.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's gonna feel bad, but it's a it didn't happen thing.
Yeah. Nope, that would have been real bad.
Racha just falls to the ground. And just,
Shaw would have been feeble-minded for a month.
oh my god.
And Polly would have just blamed Hawkus.
Oh, I would have blamed myself.
Rachar,
and still been mad at Hawkus.
you get sort of this internal vision of what would have happened if you would have pushed, almost like you saw into a different universe and then just saw yourself just being feeble-minded for a month, and you're going, well, I'm glad I didn't do that. So he'll pull the hammer off your crystal.
And he'll like look down at the crystal and just be like, glad I can call you a friend.
Hawkins sort of just takes you in and gives you a nod, turns and sees Polly, Emmerich, and Kuramarsh kind of all standing there, and a few not so happy individuals a little not too far away down the street, and just goes, alright, so we're having dinner, see you then. And kind of just takes off down one of the alleys that you had set for yourself to escape if need be. And Kuramarsh kind of goes, until later, guys, and just sort of
see you later.
Double steps off.
Where are y'all staying?
They're already gone.
I think that they're not staying. I think they're gonna meet us for dinner and then they're out. I asked Kuramarsh and he said that they weren't staying another night.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it sucks. What's the deal, by the way?
What do you mean?
Why didn't you actually talk? Why were you doing your mimicry stuff? Are you hiding from him?
Oh no, I don't really feel like the world is ready for a speaking Kenku.
That's fine.
And so
I get it.
I try to do it as much as I can around other people.
I very much appreciate it. I really do. Keeping your mouth a secret, the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Is that a euphemism for something? I'm not entirely sure what's happening.
No. I'm just really excited that you're saving it for us so that we can understand what the fuck you're saying, and you're confusing everybody else. It's just kind of really funny.
Oh yeah, that's my whole. That's what I hope for.
Okay, well, we'll see you at dinner, I think, because we still have to go get that scroll. This was just kind of like not supposed to happen, but it did. And I'm sorry about this whole thing. I really am.
Yeah, that was a little interesting. I guess it's nice to have an ally piece.
Yeah. I mean, he was after Nori, and I kind of ratted you out. I'm sorry, but I figured if anybody could take it, you could.
I mean, it was bound to happen if he was in the area. That thing was going to come towards me eventually.
Yeah,
True that,
pretty
true
much
that.
as we enter the shop, it kind of went into alert mode.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad we did that outside instead of inside the shop to go through the walls and stuff, because Zorinth would not have been happy. No matter how much he spent.
How'd that go, by the way? Did he still seem mad?
Who?
Zorinth. Because
Well, what?
we haven't actually paid for the thing I broke.
Oh, I didn't even ask him about that. No, I think that he was like too busy making a whole bunch of money off of my cousin to worry about that when we walked in. But I totally forgotten how. Oh God, it was the. What did you break again?
I broke one of his crystal balls.
Jesus, really?
Yeah, I was trying to get out of there real quick, and I just slammed face first into a shelf and shattered it.
How much are we supposed to pay him back for that?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that was why we were trying to get to Fern, and if we were gonna supplement or pay it back with rare items from Fern and Nymph.
That too. I'll ask about that too. But we need to get that scroll. So anyway, Yeah, so I think that we're going to do that, and we will meet you in a little bit.
Sounds good.
And I will head back to Zorth's.
I'm gonna go play around with some explosives.
Oh, not surprised. Amric, do you want to explode or buy scrolls?
Yes.
All right, then.
No, I'll stick with Polly just in case. Need some help with Zorn.
Like your pocketbook help. And we'll head back. Woo!
By the time you come back, the only person left in here is the sort of live figure woman that was in the shawl and robes. Looks like she finally made it to the counter and is currently paying for all of her items before turning around and leaving. And now that she has turned around and passing you guys, you can see she is a Yanti, a reptilian, sorry, not reptilian, snake-like race of people that do exist down here in portions of the bog in Cydia, of the Cowan clan lands, as well as parts of the Ilias jungle.
Have I ever seen someone like her?
No.
Is that the same person that, or same species that bit Nori when we were trying to figure out the Trenty thing?
I'm just gonna nod and say yes.
Okay.
I'm going to try not to stare.
I'm assuming Amric has also not ran into any.
Eric probably would have ran into a couple during his travels. The Yanti that are more involved with society and going into towns and actually interacting a lot are usually the more human-esque looking ones, usually with one or very slight snake-like deformities to them, so that way they can pass by. And with hers, it just seems to be sort of Voldemort-esque nose, but that's about really all that's different with her visage. And a slight yellowing to the skin, but that's about it.
From my few encounters with them, would I know of any, like, typical, like, greetings or anything that they use outside of the normal?
Snake language that you don't understand? So unless you want to possibly piss them off by saying something about her mama, you can towards her, but it's more of just being regularly polite as you would in society, just, you know, nods and smiles. Smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. But she passes you guys, and Zorinth finishes counting the last bit of coin that he's got before going behind the counter and gathering a few more of the supplies that she had bought and then some others had as well, and restocking the shelves and going,
You guys got here earlier than I thought you would be.
Really, we thought we got here a lot later than we should have been, and I apologize for that.
Oh, I'm not done with that scroll yet. You said that.
It's okay. It's super okay. We're not in a hurry. I think we've kind of sort of figured out what we're supposed to not do, so we can be here a day or so. Oh, by the way, busy. Hooray, war?
War is always profitable, yes.
Yeah, I've noticed. Good for you. I mean, sucks that it's for that, but...
Well, there's always those that profit and those that perish from war, and so the best that we can do is those that do make profit from it, try to do some good with it.
Yeah, for sure. You said it takes about 4 days to make a scroll, right?
4 days for that scroll specifically on an expedited time route, yes.
Right, okay. Crap.
Usually it's...
No, it's not about you, it's about me.
I know, I'm just letting you know. Usually it's the power of the spell in days format to be able to transcribe it into a spell, but I can burn multiple levels of power to cut down a couple days.
Okay. I okay. Because I was gonna offer to, but we're not gonna be here that long. Crap.
Yeah, so whatever level spell slot it is, that's how many days it takes.
I have, well, kind of an exchange. If you, I mean, not an exchange, just like maybe to help the price. Because, well, anyway, I have some pretty powerful spells that I can dump into a gem or something if you have one, for later if you need it to help out.
Unfortunately, I just sold all my spell gems to
Okay.
the elven individual.
How much are, the reason I'm asking, how much is this scroll going to be?
On an expedited friend discount, of course.
I appreciate that.
We are looking at 10,000 gold.
10,000
Gotta
gold.
pool our money, y'all.
Usually it would be 75, and then if someone wants it expedited, I double it, but we've done favors for one another before, and so.
Wait, 75, this isn't like 7,500?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
The scroll costs 75, expedited it'd be 15,000, but as a friend
Right.
discount, he's doing it for you for 10.
Right.
What spell are we buying again?
Teleport?
Teleport.
Was it that expensive last time?
With supply and demand come price increase.
Yeah, thanks, War. Because it was not even close to that expensive last time.
Now, you
I
guys
think
look
you
at
guys
this,
paid 1,500 for a scroll and a teleport.
you guys look at the spell scrolls that are currently up there. There's about an eighth left of what you guys originally came in and saw.
And we're asking him to do something that
Yeah, he
fucks
can't
his
make.
whole supply up. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't make any other. You can only make one spell scroll at a time, and so this is forcing him to do something that he's immediately going to give up. So it's basically putting him behind 4 days, whereas he
And
can
we
make,
literally can't make Bryn stay in bed for 5 days.
I mean,
It's
could.
ridiculous.
But
No, we can't.
breakfast in bed, lunch in bed, dinner in bed, baths
This
in
is
bed.
Bryn. No, she'd be rolling around constantly, and that thing would roll right on over.
We just gotta, we just need to borrow like a paralysis potion or something.
Bryn sees the thing rolling towards her and is suddenly not afraid.
It's like a 10-foot log. It's fine, guys, that no one else can see.
Yep, just tripping people as it goes.
Be really interested to see how it tries to go through a door frame, but I'd rather not have to see it.
Just like a dog with a stick. It'll get there eventually.
Well, I just wanted to check in. We will see you tomorrow. Again,
make
no
it-
hurry
We
because
can
we
make
can
it an
keep.
even 13,000 with the crystal ball in mind.
Yes, that. I forgot about that.
I mean, unless you guys have the items, have you been able to make it down to Fannin?
No, we were just. Except for the circumstances, we were going to ask if you wanted to go with us because we actually have a friend down there that could take you around the island and maybe get you what you want for free.
Having friends is nice, but as you can see, it's a bit busy here.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah,
Maybe,
unfortunately, yes.
Foolish to move off, and it's not like I can make a lot of things with those materials. That was more for a hobby side of creation.
I get it. I totally get it.
But I can
Yeah.
put you guys on a loan for now until maybe you are able to go there and grab some of those things for me.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. I mean, that is actually where we're headed. So, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, perfect. I just wanted to check in, see how you're doing. Do you need any help around here at all?
Nope, I'm just going to finish restocking the shelves here and then we'll finish on your guys' scroll.
Any extra enchanting that you need help with?
He smiles at you.
I always appreciate the offer, but you know, completely different magic.
I get it. By the way, maybe curtail your trips to Kember for a little while.
I probably won't be traveling out of this town for quite a bit.
I figured as much. I'm just letting you know that goods and services from Kember are going to be on hold for a bit.
As that officer gentleman just told me.
Yeah,
I
that
hope you
too.
didn't lose anyone important there.
Nope. Nope. They're family's fine. Family's good. Mom's out of town. Everybody else is out of town too.
That's good.
So, all right. Well, thank you very much, and maybe come over to wherever. Where are we staying?
It's a great question. I don't remember the name of it.
Doesn't have a name.
We're
But it's
staying
the
at
only
a-
tavern/inn in the entire town. It doesn't need to have a name.
That place.
We're staying at the tavern/inn.
Oh yes, I think I
Maybe
know
stop
that
by
one.
for dinner or whatever, and we'll all have a chat with the gang. Blah blah blah, all that stuff.
If you want me to get that scroll finished, I don't think I'll have the time.
All right. I mean, sure, yeah.
But it should be
If
ready
you need
by
anything, let me
end of
know.
day tomorrow.
All right.
Wonderful. See you then.
And I will head out and not bother this poor man any longer. And once we're outside, I'll look up at Amric. Holy shit. 10,000 gold?
Pretty sure he. But boosted to 13. We're gonna be.
I'm pretty
broke
sure he
forever.
butt fucked us. That's what I'm pretty sure he did.
How much money do we owe? I can cover 1,000 if I break my bank.
I only have 650.
He also had 12 12-word scrolls lined up and ready, but then they all sold out. So
Well, I didn't know that.
I know. I'm just saying, like, when you looked over, they were all gone. We're talking
Well, I know.
going to like almost 150 scrolls down to like under 20.
Well, if he had teleport scrolls, I would have hoped that when I contacted him, he would have pulled one down so he didn't have to waste his time making one.
They all got sold before you contacted him.
I didn't have any control over that.
I know. I'm just saying, like, the war's been
What?
the war's been picking up. So
Question.
yeah,
Why are we buying a scroll rather than just asking him to perform the spell? Because he did say that performing the spell is much less than rather than writing a scroll for it.
I was told to ask for a scroll.
Got it.
I think it was because you guys were a little weary on his last sending you guys out.
I think it was mostly it was basically going to be both. Was we were gonna get the scroll and then have him send us. So then the scroll, we have the scroll as a backup kind of
Come
thing.
back, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Catherine's probably not gonna stay with you while you're on Skull Assault. So this would be a way for you guys to get back.
Well, I mean, we can always word of recall back into my closet that's hanging there barely.
If it's still
if
there.
it's still there
Yeah.
by the time we need to come back. So, all right. I guess Amric, lead the way. I don't even know where this tavern is. I've only been here and stayed with him before, so
All right, yeah, just follow me, and I'll lead it back to the tavern.
Okay. Not too far away, the largest building in the town. And Polly, as you approach it, it is a much well put together, cleaner establishment than anything around, as some of the buildings around do seem dilapidated. But you guys have noticed that a lot of these buildings, it seems with the influx of new money into this town, have started to slowly rejuvenate some of the exteriors to some of these buildings, especially the ones closest to the tavern itself. So now we'll finish Rachah's little bit from Rachah going to McCready's, interacting with Hawkus, and then going back to McCready's. By the time you return to McCready's, he's out in the middle. I've done it! I got it!
Awesome.
He kind of just runs past the little half wall down into the main area in front of you. Kind of just slaps it into your hand, and at first you just instinctually go, oh! As he slaps it in pretty hard and then takes your other hand and closes it around it. And you're holding essentially what looks like a pipe bomb. And he goes, all right, stay there. And then he runs to behind the half wall and ducks behind it. And then peeks up and he's got goggles on, he's got a helmet on. Now throw it against that wall. And he points to the wall that's farther away from you.
Shaw will put his own goggles on and
Smart, safety first.
and then just with the best of his ability heave it. He's not the greatest strength person.
Make an athletics check. Because this would be great if it was a nat 1 and fell at your feet.
It hovered on a 2. It was the longest time I've ever seen it be on a 2 until it flipped to a 20.
As Rachad does, whenever a nat 20 or nat 1 is rolled, the immediate next roll needs to be the exact opposite. So Rachad, goggles down, baseball pitcher winds up, leg kicks way up into the air, and then just whew, as if he's throwing a dagger, and he goes, and as soon as it impacts the wall, there's just this deafening poof of jettison of air and stone as you sort of get splatted back across the other side of the wall, and you kind of just pinned up against the wall, like, ow, and peel yourself off. The dust in the air slowly starting to settle down. Wiping the debris from the goggles, you see McGreedy as he lifts his goggles up, just a nice little tan patch of dirt and dust showing where the goggles sat across his face. And you see out in front of you against the wall, well, where the wall was, as there is now a good 5-foot circular hole through the 3 foot of concrete wall that he has here, and another 5-foot circular hole in the wooden wall of the building next door, 10 feet away. This is basically a bomb of pass wall.
Reaching charge.
And you just see the owner of the establishment, just this hobgoblin woman, later in her years, one of the few hobgoblins that have settled down ever into actual society, and she's just currently cashing someone out who's now just covered in dust and dirt. She's just on the edge of it, so she didn't get this blast. But the person who was currently buying flowers, now the flowers are just left with stems in her hand. And the lady just turns and just sighs heavily at this the fact that she has to share the street with her next door neighbor. And McGree kind of like runs down past the half wall into the open area, looking through the hole, and goes, "Yes." Sorry. You're putting this back together. He just turns around and goes, "Yeah, I'll pay for it." And he just turns back to you and Sean. He's like, "That was awesome."
It was very much so.
Woo. He kind of takes the hat off and puts it like a football player underneath his arm to his side. I love innovation. So what can I do for you?
I was in town. Thought I'd say hi.
Well, hi,
I got
hi.
Got your message.
Ah, yes. Have you, killed him with kindness yet?
Not quite. Just about.
Looks at you like, there really is no quite with kindness. It's either yes or a no. Like, I mean, it makes its own decision and usually gives him a big ol' hug.
I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Oh, performance anxiety, I understand.
I just haven't found the right shot.
I get you. I hear you. I hear you. You know, you don't want to blow your load early, but sometimes you just gotta let it be free. You never know when the right time's gonna be the right time until you know exactly what it does. And you may find new ways of using it.
I mean,
I know I have.
I was... Can I trust you?
He kind of like looks around, kind of like waves his hand, and as it does so, the wall starts to form back together again. And once at the very last little bits of the opening, the woman that owns the store across the street, she just goes, "Why can't you do that with my store?" And then he kind of like looks around, grabs your hand, and kind of up to the half wall with you, and you guys both go behind the half wall.
Yeah, can I insight check him just to see, like...
Sure. He looks hyper interested, and you get the sense that not a lot of people come and hang out with him. But he does seem to be the much more like loyal friend type than pretty much anyone you've met in society beyond the flock.
Okay, so I've only had this for like 3 days, but I can talk normally now. Just, I'm not trying to spread that around.
Jesus. It's wonderful. It's awesome.
It's just like this should show how much I trust you, just so you know.
Good. Your secret is safe with me to the death. I will eat a ball of kindness before I tell you.
That sounds delicious. But like a final meal type of delicious, you know what I mean?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, if you're gonna go out, I gotta go out with a bang. But no,
Yeah.
that's wonderful. I mean, that means. Have you tried writing? Have you tried pictographs or anything like that? Does your ability to speak go into all aspects and facets now? Because I would love if you took notes on when you start using some of our things.
Interesting. I've never actually felt the need to. I mean, I can always just forge stuff. I've always been able to do that, but...
And he kind of like looks around, like sort of anxious at trying to figure this next thing out. So you can see how he probably comes up with a lot of inventions by just like getting something in his brain and has to try and make it work. So he's just like fretting, and you can see paper and a quill not too far off, but he's looking for things like right here to solve the problem right now. And so he just grabs a chunk of rock and hands it to you and like smooths off the dust and debris from the bottom pavement underneath, and he goes, "Try writing something." and just points to the ground with caveman style rock on rock.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and just like get down, crouch down, and try and say, just write like Racha was here.
Okay. And with an elegant flourish and all in cursive, Racha was here.
To be fair, that could be a mimic. Somebody's probably said that at some point in my life. But like, I've had a lot of conversation, you know?
Yeah. It's definitely, if you had, obviously you don't really know what your particular brand of handwriting is. So you feel like the mimicry is the handwriting section of it, but it's you making the sentence. So you are able to write whatever sentences you want.
I guess I can write, yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And he kind of like runs over and he starts gathering something up and then comes back over. And turns around, runs back, and you just hear. And he comes back up. Here, and he hands you a journal that looks to be freshly binded, very shoddily done, and an interesting sort of white powder. It cakes some of the pages. As he hands it over to you, sees it, and kind of goes, no, hold on. He kind of like opens it up and like shakes it out. And like as this powder is hitting the ground, it's kind of going.
That stuff's a little volatile. What the heck is it?
Don't worry about it. If you give me some notes, maybe I'll tell you.
I mean, if he could do that, and it like points towards where that hole in the wall was.
It's a new concoction. But he kind of taps on the journal. When you use kindness, make sure you make some notes, bring it back to me, and I'll tell you all about it, especially once I got it into a few other special little devices that I got going on.
You know, I have a pair of friends in Lonatov that you would be like best friends with, just so you're aware. Like, they're not into the explosive sides of scientific discovery, but like they're into more of the alchemical side of stuff.
Interesting. Always down to make friends of friends. If they come highly regarded by you, then I believe I can trust them. Send them my way. Maybe we can collaborate.
This is probably the stupidest thing I've ever done. So never mind, I'm not going to do it.
Don't tease me.
Oh man.
My suspension of disbelief has just been broken. Thanks for
It's so hard. It's like, alright, fine, we'll split it. And he'll go into his bag and he'll take out an empty vial and a regular vial, and he'll give him half of the Nelfeshni blood from the guys that he got it from in Lonatov. He's like, alright, so they gave me this.
What is this?
They told me it's demon blood. I haven't actually done anything with it though, so I
Did you
couldn't.
say that? You kind of just. Did you say demon blood?
Yes. I haven't done anything with it because I just, frankly, I haven't had the time very much, and I've been on a boat a lot.
Right now?
Kinda.
Okay. And he kind of just turns around and comes over, and he's running back. You hear some clinking of glass. And then he turns around and comes back. And as he does so, some of that white powder is just on a table. And he just grabs a handful of it as he's coming over.
Okay, so fair warning. I was there for an experiment with them while they were using this stuff.
What happened?
They combined it with some sort of celestial thing, and when the two things mixed together, they basically made like an epoxy and then detonated in a very and then like created a very foggy cloud, if
Interesting.
I remember correctly.
It probably has to do with the planar magic. Cascading two planar magics of completely opposite sides of the spectrum here would have a decently violent reaction. But I say we, instead of trying to create reactions of what it contains and what is its counterpart and trying to force it in that way, I say we try to accent what it's already got. And so he puts the vial down, then he takes a little dropper, and he smooths out some of the white powder. And he takes a dropper and just takes one drop of the blood and hands it over to you. And he's like, "You do it."
Okay, I haven't really researched it yet. Do you know anything about Nelfeshniks?
No.
All right, he drops the blood.
So you drop the blood, and at first it just starts to like black sizzle of smoke as it's sort of reacting to the white powder, and then it seemingly kind of just almost like pouring it into flour. It sort of gathers some of the and gets a little bit bigger before hardening, almost into like a cake. And you just... How much should we do with it? I mean, the easiest one is just throw it, see what happens.
Fair enough. You have that hole still, right?
Snaps his fingers and the whole...
To the wall, and he'll just go over, put his goggles down, and we'll just sort of toss it into the hole.
Are you gonna try and like toss it in and look at it? Or toss it in and run back? Because it's basically like a pea right now.
Oh man, yeah, he'll be on the edge to observe, and hopefully his dex saving throw can get him out of the way in time.
Okay. So you toss it in. Go ahead and make a dex save. Okay. You throw it in, it impacts the bottom of the hole, and just this black and red column of fire, and sort of this like wailing scream happen at the same time. Just a roar, and then it dies out real quick. And then from this guy's point of view, it's just this bird who walks up to the edge of the hole, and then goes as he just goes, as it just barely misses him. You just turn around, slight little singe to some of your face feathers, and he just goes, "That was awesome."
Are the white feathers okay? I take real concern towards this goatee.
It actually looks like a little bit better, a little bit of salt and pepper.
Awesome.
I have ideas for this. I have ideas. This is all you have, right?
This is the only vial I have, and I guess I can't really do much with it. And you do seem to have a very stable situation going on right here.
Stable.
Exactly right. And, but I genuinely don't know where this came from. And obviously, demons are bad, and leaving this stuff with you could be very dangerous for you, and I hope you understand that.
Oh, I take and accept all risks involved in innovation.
Including, demons coming to try and kill you.
Let him try.
You know what? I kind of believe you, yeah.
If anything, I'll kill him with kindness.
Yeah, you've got enough firepower, I feel like. Go for it. And he'll
You should see this place after I close up all the traps I set up. It's fun.
He'll hand over the rest of the Nelfeshni blood too.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll be looking forward to whatever you make with it. I call dibs on the first prototype.
I'll give you a hint. And he kind of like runs to the back and places the vial somewhere. And he comes walking backwards out, and as he does so, you see him holding onto a metal contraption of some sort as it starts to slowly come from this back room, which you're guessing now with the size of the thing that he's bringing out is probably enchanted to be bigger than it actually looks. Because it's like literally looks like the size of a bathroom at an office. You know, just enough room for a sink and a toilet, and that's about it. But he pulls out this 6-foot triple barrel contraption as it's on wheels that roll out, and he kind of turns it towards you, and he hits the lever, and the barrels start to rotate.
Holy crap, where'd you get a minigun from?
Minigun? That's an awesome name!
Right? It's the biggest gun. You call
I know,
it minigun.
it's like it's like calling a big person tiny.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love it. That's what it's called.
Oh, for sure. But I'm to explain why I know that. We were in the astral plane for a little bit, and I don't know.
Plane?
Yeah,
That's
and
cool.
I was like mowing down these. I don't know what they were exactly. They looked a little like frog people, but they were just like. I had this gun, and I was just unloading. And they were like, "Get to the minigun," and that was what I was on. And I was just, it was able to kill a lot of people.
You've got to create a pop-out book, man.
I can try. I can. Did I actually watch them make the minigun, or did I just mount it on the thing?
Okay. You've got to like. First, you gotta live. Wait till you retire and make a pop-out book. That shit will sell everywhere. Especially if we put some like little firecrackers at the end. Like, double up, I can help you there. And I just think, it would also not only be informative, but interactive.
I will do my best with... I've never tried.
And the best part about it is that the fireworks will make the pop-out book a one-time only thing. So if you want to read it again, you gotta buy a new book.
That's actually brilliant. Yeah, I like it a lot. And it's like a burn after reading kind of thing, where it's like you're trying to send a hidden message. Yeah,
we could put hidden messages in it. Maybe we could put Nefeshi blood in the firework. No, that's a little bit too far.
Do we have like do you have like flash paper? That'd be really cool.
Flash paper. The people who make flash paper, who do you think they come to for the flash?
I would hope it was you.
What else? I've got the bang for the buck, man. Okay. I got ideas. Nefeshi blood, minigun. Gotta have to. And he just picks up one of the broken pieces of rock and kind of like scrapes alongside the metal barrel. Minigun. But he spells it minigun, like you're a meanie.
I'll see if I can. It'll be off the top of my head, but I'll try and like pull up some schematics for you for the thing that I.
Oh yes, no, that'd be wonderful. You have the journal, notebooks, notes. Bring it back to me. Use kindness. Tell me how it goes.
One of my friends, she had a notebook that was like, she wrote in it, and the person that had owned it, the book, could see it immediately. Is that this kind of book, or do I have to bring it back to you?
No, I need it back. I'm more of a tactile guy. I'm not a magic-y kind of guy. If you want that, go to the burnt fella down at the end of the street.
Yeah, what exactly is up with him?
I don't know. Two different avenues in life. Me and him don't really have no need for each other and don't really get along. So he does his thing, I do my thing.
Fair enough.
Usually the clientele is gonna either want magic-y stuff or practical stuff. So you go to either one of us. And really no need to sort of try and sell them out of anything else. So
Well, you got any practical stuff on hand that I could maybe buy for a couple gold? Because I'm actually kind of broke.
Yeah, I think I got something here. Hold on. And he kind of like pushes the mini gun back into the back room. And he comes out holding 3, basically look like bath bombs. But they're in like a hard plastic. He's like, I got 3 of these. They're very niche. I made them so that way I could have them, but wasn't sure if I was gonna ever use them. And not a lot of people out here really have any need for them, but the elven people did need them at one point when they were doing some underwater. Anyway, it's a smoke bomb for underwater.
Oh, like an in-cloud thing. Interesting.
Yeah. You throw it, and after squeezing the sides and throwing it, it'll go for 2 seconds, and then it goes, and will obscure the vision of up to 15 feet, like a disc in front of you.
Yeah, I can see that being very helpful.
Yeah, I give you 3 for 5 gold.
Deal. I'll take that. Oh, back where did I can't remember where I got them. There was an herbalist's place or an alchemist place that gave me these seeds that when I threw the seeds, they like exploded into thorns all over the ground and like entangled people.
Interesting.
And I was curious if you happen to have those, but if you don't, I understand.
No, I don't have anything like that. I'm more of the explosive variety than trying to subdue people, if you can understand. But that sounds cool. That sounds very plant magic-y people, you know?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And the thumb at Acacia on my back.
Yeah, that's not my forte. I'm sorry.
Okay, I could use another pair of regular smoke bombs, like out of water smoke bombs, if you got those too.
I got 1 left. Yeah, I got 1 left.
Okay, I can take them.
But it's a double charge, so it'll be a bigger balloon.
Even better. I will take that one.
Okay.
And then
for you, 5 gold.
Cool.
As long as you read those notes.
For sure.
Yes.
Absolutely. The
Gun.
There was one more. So you know what? Here, take these, and he'll just hand over the melted caltrops to him. He's like, I'm sure you'll find a use for those things, but I could use another thing of caltrops. Can you make it explosive?
Can make it explosive. If you've got caltrops and give them to me, then I can do it. But these, I could attach this to that smoke bomb I just sold you, and make it a disc-throwing explosive smoke bomb.
Just a riot suppression.
Pretty much, to a degree, yeah. They'll only do bludgeoning damage. It'll be 1d4 of damage on top of it, but it's better than just being a smoke bomb.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay.
Part of me really wants this guy to frickin' join us because it would just be beautiful. But part of me is also going the fucking chaos that would ensue between
like Bryn and Nori,
and
just
Bridgeshaw.
not.
No.
Just I would love to have him in our group so much. It would be so amazing.
Bryn and Nori would be like, peace out, y'all. We're fucking done.
2 nights.
All
That's
right,
you
gonna
need.
leave now.
Is this guy a dwarf or a gnome?
He's a corrupted gnome.
Corrupted gnome.
Yep.
That's okay.
It is the gnomes from the Bogland towards the north of the Cowan Clanland. They
Swampy
are
gnome. Got it.
not like in the bloated-looking, pale way, but more of the like semi-translucent, semi-iridescent, green glowing fungus on them type of way.
Never mind. No.
but he seems to be very less corrupted than normal, and probably another reason why he's not with the rest of the gnomes.
He's got a face that only Racha would actually like, and that's why Racha is his best friend.
His face is the only sort of glowing stuff that he has on him is a little bit of glowing green skin on the back of his right hand, and then the rest of it you can't even see because it's underneath his clothing.
Yeah, that would be great though. If you wanted, like, I can help you with that too. It's not like you need to.
Yeah. So I mean, he just shows you what he does. He has this sort of adhesive, like paste mixture that he basically just places all the little melted discs that you have down, and then sort of just coats the smoke bomb in that adhesive paste and just sort of rolls them all around, and then puts another layer of the paste on the top, and then takes out what he has, basically kind of like Polly's old molten bag that he had. He's got like a mini portable blast furnace, and so he just heats the outside of it up so it's no longer sticky, and there you go. It's much more unwieldy, as there's now like these little discs just sticking out at weird angles from it. It's not like a smooth, perfectly bath bomby look. And it fits like your entire hand now, rather than it being more like baseball size. But yeah, it'll do now. It's a smoke bomb with an extra 1d4 of bludgeoning damage.
Excellent. Just like looking at it.
I just totally want to get you to get like the kill on a dragon with it. Hey, fuck you!
Hey, get straight into his face.
But yeah, so that's simple enough to do. And he just asked for 1 gold with the stuff that he used. The adhesive.
Do you make that stuff? The glue stuff?
Yeah.
How much would it be to take to learn the recipe? Or like, could I make some for you?
The problem is that it requires a very specific thing that well, you've told me some of the secrets. So, and he kind of like points to the back of his hand, the green glowing bit, and takes out a little flip knife and sort of stabs the back of his hand. And instead of any sort of blood or anything come out, the glow on the back of his hand seems to go away, and instead, almost like tree sap starts to come out. Pretty clear, but with like little flecks of, and this translates into the paste that he made, these tiny little flecks of what looks to be silver or something shiny. And it takes a certain special material to kind of make that stuff.
Crap, are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. Just a tiny.
What's that about?
Well, it's just being me.
I've never seen somebody bleed.
And I've never seen your type of bird talk before, but
touche. But now I'm just like curious about your upbringing, and like I will like sit here and have the best friends chat where we're shooting the shit for like the next 10 hours until somebody comes to try and find me.
2 a.m. the next day. Where the fuck's Racha?
Everybody's like thinks that I'm nearby in stealth, and I'm just
Talking
over here
to him.
hanging.
I mean, as usual, wherever he wants to be.
Yep. Okay, so if you want to sit down and talk with him, that's fine.
Yeah, just share life stories at this point.
Yeah, basically it's a racial thing. They have the green glowing stuff is this interesting type of bog plant that only grows in that bog, and it sort of just became an evolutionary thing for it to grow on them. Most other species that live there die to that stuff, to that plant, because it's very like an invasive sort of. It just grabs onto anything organic and kills it to grow itself. But the gnomes have found different ways to live with it and survive this sort of, not bloodletting, but this draining being one of the ways that they do it. And the gnome blood in general is already pretty resilient against it, so it's the only reason why they can survive there and no one else can. And that happens to come from the god that was slain there. That's the body decayed and created this invasive species. But yeah, that's pretty much where that comes from.
Yeah, he'd basically, like, that would lead him to asking him, like, so what is he doing here if he's from the bog and stuff? But that could
one's
be
pretty
like the whole.
straightforward. He's just not as corrupted as the rest of them, and he's much more of an inventor. And there's only so much you can get from the bog. He'll say though that he was able to make a lot of money and get himself out of the bog and came south. Found and stopped at the first town he found.
Wait a second. Were you there when the dragon breathed a bunch of diamonds around?
Yeah, that's how I got rich.
That was me,
That was you?
technically.
You made the diamonds?
Yeah. Well, I didn't make the diamonds,
Oh,
but
okay.
the dragon in the desert got real pissed at me and breathed through the force field or whatever there was between the things, and the pressure of the dragon's sand breath and the force field just made it rain diamonds.
Yeah. The god that died there, it made a protective field over the bog to make sure that nothing else could, anything of decent power could get in to disrupt anything or anything like that. So that makes sense. Yeah, no, I was one of the first people there, and I took a nice fat chunk of that and just decided to walk my happy ass down here.
That's awesome. Consequences of my action sometimes are pretty cool, you know?
Yep.
And sometimes I
he would not be here for you guys to interact with.
I think I'm literally the only one that was actually there.
Yeah.
None of the other 5 people.
Yeah, no, because yeah. All right, so while they're powwow chowing inside and having the BFF talk, there are 2 ladies that got a nice 300-foot walk to the town and probably made it some of the slowest walking they've ever done.
Nice, peaceful. Kaboom! Oh, fuck. What did they do?
I don't have the energy for that right now.
Nope. That's just, we're having this nice, peaceful talk, and an explosion. Traw's that way. Okay. And yeah, we
only
just
be worried when there's smoke, like continual smoke afterwards. If it's just a single explosion, you're fine.
Yeah, no. And we it was like, okay, who's gonna fuck up first? Is it gonna be, which boy is it? And
Boom!
really, it's between Kaporin and Richat. It's Kaporin's hometown. Probably won't be him because his mom's gonna be pissed. So that one was probably Richat.
You did not see a green flare in the air.
3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no squirrels for you to kill around here.
There are, but they're in the forest. But it's his forest.
Hiding.
I must protect my forest. All other forests may die.
Yeah. So is there anything that you guys would like to do on your walk or your entrance into the town specifically?
I think we would just end up, we have a little conversation, and then we end up going to where I know Karen's mom's house to be, of course, and then trying to get a room there. It's essentially like, okay, bedtime for Brim.
Okay. And so you're trying to immediately push her into a long rest to get that counter started? Alright. Easy enough to do. Rooms have already been acquired and separated for your guys' group as you arrive. Though, not a whole lot of information would have sort of been transferred between the 2 of you. Polly, when you did the sending to her. But she would have guessed 3 rooms plus Kaporin's room. So there are 3 rooms available by the time the ladies make it to the tavern. So you guys can pick any of the 3 rooms. Unfortunately, they're all on the same floor, so you gotta deal with that.
Which one has the biggest bed?
My room.
That's a fact. But they're all the same size. It's fine. They're all queens. You're good. No, you guys, it's a single, and you guys have to live with it.
They're married. They can never mind.
You're gonna say lay on top of each other?
Exactly.
No, I mean, these rooms are meant to... She knows how big your party is, so they're meant to at least be comfortable for 2 people.
Oh, she gets to see Nori again for the first time in like how long since we saved her life?
Yeah, because Nori was not here last time.
Is she down there?
No, she's not down there.
Okay, then
She's
I won't
on-
see her for a little while.
Yeah, she's on her balcony side of things. Doing business.
So put Bryn to bed, and then Nori disappears for a while. So
Okay.
not disappears, stays with Bryn.
Nori disappears for a while, sinking slowly and slower into the chair. Alright. And then...
Yeah, sure, the chair.
Anything for you, Kaporin? You enter your room. It's pretty much just as you left it the last time that you were here, and your mom is currently at work, and brother doesn't seem to be here either.
No, he wouldn't run off to a cold subject to find rope. No, I don't think Kaporin would have done anything. He basically would show up and then... I'll message you. But he wouldn't do. He doesn't have anything. He's running off to do.
What makes your life so private all of a sudden?
Stuff and things.
Very specific.
You act like Kaporin was ever specific about anything in his life. Well, except for the family thing, but hey.
He's very specific about getting into trouble.
Well, his mom's here to yell at him, so we can take a break.
By the way, as far as people that are working, none of the crew that are currently working the floor or the lift or the bar or anything like that are anybody that you recognize, even from being here the last time.
Oh, damn, I don't have my list out. With the... Oh, really? Wow, okay. Even little speedster?
No, no one.
That's weird.
And it is packed.
They didn't get... Kaporin would go looking for someone. Well, anyone actually asked. No one else got into the army the last time they were here, which was only like about a month ago.
Also, a lot of war stuff has happened since you guys were last here.
Okay, he's running around asking around, making sure about the people he knows, if they're okay, safe, or they just aren't here today.
Talking between some of the people that are in between being busy, because the entire bottom floor is packed, as well as the balcony floor, which you do catch glimpses of your mother moving from like seating arrangement to seating arrangement.
It's like, you don't know who I am?
But all of them are fine. They're just working different shifts. They're working more of like the day shift, and you guys have come pretty late in the day here, so you're working with like a new night shift now.
Okay. Since he knows everyone's basically safe, just isn't currently here. If you could get in and work like hellos with his mom real quick, and then let her be off to work, and he'll just basically get a table for everyone to show up.
Roger that. Yeah, it's easy enough to do, especially once you start asking around. They're gonna be like, "Who are you?" And then you'd be like, "Oh, I'm her son." And then, "Oh, okay." And then, so word would have gotten back to her that you're here. And so, not so much a like, hi, like, a hug or anything like that, but she would have leaned over the balcony and, given you the wave and like, "I'll see you later" type of, kiss, blowed kiss towards you, and then go back to work.
Okay. Yeah. And then Caporn will just try to get a seat for everyone to show up.
Roger that. So with that, eventually dinner is going to arrive. The only person currently technically unavailable for said dinner would be Bryn.
Nori's not there either.
Okay, so Nori's not seeing Caporn's mom either. And
she's busy.
Yep. Caporn, you're down there, and the first couple people probably showing up is going to be Polly and Emmerich. Pretty busy in here, but luckily Kapoor not only stands out, but is already looking out for you guys, so almost as soon as you guys push through the door and start looking around, you see Kapoor waving you down.
Oh, there he is. Should we pretend like we didn't see him?
Kind of like we didn't see who.
Exactly.
No
shall we find
clothes
a
for
table
them
then?
tonight.
We just walked in the door. I don't know what you're talking about.
This Triton male stands up to you. You wouldn't happen to be Polly and Amric?
We are.
Looks down at his paper. Yes, Amric. All right, Kapoor is waiting for you over at table 41.
Okay.
Points in the direction of Kapoor.
Oh, hey, there he is.
Yeah, Kapoor now like standing on the chair, like doing the full wave. Yes,
I'll make
please
my
be
way
with him because he is bringing the
slowly
shit
through
out
the
of everyone
crowd.
else.
Yeah, I get that. You know what though?
Any drinks
He's
that
an
we can get
acquired
started
taste. You've got anything strong?
for you? We do. We actually have a special imports from the Vupik region.
As long as it's not going to get us like high or fucked up, just like what are you talking about?
It's
Please
just
describe.
It's 120 proof spirit.
No, I think we'll just stick with whiskey and ale.
Okay, we could do that.
I mean, I will. What do you have in Amric?
I'll probably do the same.
Okay, whiskey and ale. We can do that.
I appreciate that.
Sidecars or mugs?
Mugs of both, please.
Roger that. Have them sent your way.
I hate to ask because
Yes.
it's kind of a weird question, but you wouldn't happen to have ice?
Of course. We also have frosted
Ex-
glasses and would you like ice spears, cubes, bowls?
Cubes in the whiskey for me, please.
Okay, that's fine. For you?
Well, I'm good at this.
Room temperature it is. Alright. And he just kind of like long steps away before you have like giving you that chance to ask any more questions, and then he
Nope.
goes.
And I will walk slowly through the crowd
By
just
the
to make Comparin suffer because I know he's like lonely and they're waiting for people to get here.
By the time you even get there, drinks are already placed upon the table.
So to see your mom already?
Seen her. I haven't spoken to her.
Brother?
I haven't seen him either.
Other brother?
Hasn't given birth yet?
Oh, I didn't know if she was still pregnant or not. It's been a while.
It's a month, Polly. I'm not there, but that's only a month.
I don't know. I don't know how long it takes humans to gestate.
Technically not. Well, yeah, never mind.
Isn't
Mhm.
she? Isn't she an elf or a half elf?
Her
No,
body
she's
is
human.
her body human, soul tiefling.
Yep. Correct. The moon, though.
I deal with war people. I don't deal with pregnant people.
To be fair, pregnant people sometimes can be war people.
Only if they're Valkyrie, and I haven't dealt with anybody but one, mostly. Why is Bryn pregnant?
That would bring up so many questions.
That'd be very difficult.
I mean,
Nori
Get
might
back
be
to
how
the
they
natural,
work
suspicious
you
if
go,
I
whoa,
honest.
whoa, was not me, okay?
they have weird magic. I don't know about their sexual practices either.
And you can't be bringing that up with the dash shit that just happened. She's gonna be like, Bryn.
Oh my
And
god.
we're gonna be like, I didn't do anything. She's gonna be like, Bryn. I'm like, oh, no.
Nori's just gonna be like looking at Bryn's stomach for like the next 3 months, being like, and one day Bryn's, I'm bloated, okay? Just leave me alone.
Gotta get Bryn a pregnancy test somehow. I don't know how that
Oh,
works.
D&D
ew, no,
pregnancy
gross,
test.
no, oh, no, no, ew, no, no.
Roll a d20.
Not your business.
Hasn't
Leave
done
her alone.
anything.
You've been lying in bed for a while. We have to question if you're
She
okay.
just
The only
got
parent here
here.
is Richaw.
And
Are we-
Richaw technically
Are
wasn't
we
there
gonna
for
go
his
to
child's
bed
birth.
and They looked at each other. They're pregnant.
It's gonna be like Korg from Thor. We hold hands over a lava pit and create a baby.
Yeah. We sit in a lava pit while holding hands and
Yep.
a baby comes out. Ew. So when are we gonna get to meet your mom? Is she gonna join us today or not till tomorrow, or do you have any ideas?
It's a relatively busy night tonight. Probably after she gets off, she'll probably stop by.
What time is that?
Not until later. It's kind of still early in the evening.
And we've been
But-
traveling for 16 hours. Are we gonna be awake that late? I hope not.
Yeah, it's pretty late for you guys already.
I mean, I'm pretty tired. I just want to drink this mug of ale and this mug of chilled whiskey, and then I want to eat dinner and go to bed.
I mean, you probably will pass her going up to our rooms, but... Oh, here's your key.
It's like
Thank
close
you.
to midnight.
And I'm sure Rachel will sleep on the roof again. So, Amrik, here's your key? Rachel usually sleeps on the roof while we're here.
Well, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
There's a room for each of us, and then a room for the girls, and then Perna's. I look
My
at
own
Amrik,
room.
I'm like, we have our own fucking room.
If it's that busy, do we want to double up so we're not taking from potential paying customers?
I mean, I don't mind.
No,
Oh,
you should...
Oh, the
Karen,
rooms are getting paid for. It's
we
just
are
Karen's mom
expecting
paid.
Hawkus and Kuramarsh for dinner as well, and they should be here pretty soon.
Well,
And
I
I
have
kind of
three...
want to run up and grab the girls and tell them that they're going to be here. Do you mind telling me where the hell our rooms are and how to get there?
As he says that, two figures enter through the front door.
You just said...
All you can see compared is Kurmarsh. So, technically
Oh.
you, one figure.
Oh, I think they're here.
Okay.
Karamarsh is here. Who are we else we're looking for?
And then you see the hammer sort of just like...
Hawkus.
Oh! Yeah, there he is. He's there too.
Okay, start waving.
You just hear as people start getting forcibly slid out of the way as Hawkus is making his way through.
I don't think I have to wave. Oh, in your rooms upstairs, just take the first flight. The girls did not say a word and left, and I don't think they want to be disturbed, so... And I'm not trying to get hit tonight, so...
I mean, I don't mind going up and just letting them know that they're here if they want to come down and say hi.
I don't think
what-
you try to be hit. I'm sorry. Do you try to be hit?
I don't
Sometimes-
try it. I'm not trying to.
Sometimes he's successful without even trying.
Yep.
Sorry, Paula.
Uh,
Go ahead.
What number was it?
313.
All right.
313.
Then I will wait till they
Unlucky
get. I will wait till they get to our table, and I'll say, "Have a seat. I gotta go run upstairs real quick, and I'll be right back." Then I'll run upstairs and knock on the door.
Not hard, but loud enough. Bryn, you're out.
Trying to be polite.
No one comes to the door.
Yori, I know you're awake in there. Hawkus and Kurmarsh are here if you want to say hi.
No response.
Okay. I'll tell him you
You're
said
listening
hi.
at the door. You're hearing things you don't want to hear.
And that's how
I'm
Bryn got
not.
pregnant.
I'm not listening at the door. Whatever's going on in there sounds really gross. I'm gonna go downstairs now. It's a
Nori
good thing
plants
it's
a
really
baby.
loud out here. I will go downstairs and
Oh, yeah.
convey their apologies for not being here for dinner, but
What, 1990s Tom and Jerry cartoon sounds?
Just the sawing of wood. Like,
Kurmarsh. It's late. Completely understandable.
yeah, I mean, we've been traveling for a very long time today. Trust me, you don't want to go in there.
Polly, you look like me on the sea. What's
Well,
going
shut up.
on?
Shut up. Hand me my whiskey, please.
He'll slide the warm one over. It's like, here you go.
Ew, gross. No, the cold one. Oh, God. Do I have to do everything myself?
As soon as
I
you,
drink the whole thing.
you slam it down. Ugh. There's another one that gets slid in front of you.
I like this place.
You have to try the spice rum. The spiced rum.
No, thank you. I don't like rum. Not after that whole trip.
It's all rummed out.
Yeah.
At least for a week.
So Kurmarsh is kind of just sitting there. Hawkus is kind of just sitting there. For Shaw, this would be about the time where McGreedy is like, "Well, I need some sleep too. Can't innovate on a weary mind."
that's fair. I got a dinner I gotta get to, I guess, too. I mean, I'd invite you if you wanted to come.
No, I gotta go to sleep. Here, have some of this. And he like reaches into his pocket, just grabs a bunch of like dust and like slams it into your hand.
How does it explode?
But this one doesn't explode actually.
What's it for then?
It's called frou-frou dust.
I feel like I've heard that before, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't explode, so I don't need it anymore. Have fun.
What's it do?
I don't know. He just starts pushing you out the door.
I want it.
All right. Is it drugs? As he's like
Probably.
closing the door. Awesome.
It tasted good. And then slams the door behind you.
Yeah, he's like awesome and just walks away.
Remember, kids, first one's always free. So,
Devin got us hooked on this shit.
heading down as the awkward silence gets a little bit awkwarder at the table, that's when Shaw makes his appearance.
Ah, welcome back.
Hello.
Get any more kindness?
A little bit.
Kindness.
Excellent.
Don't worry about it, Baron.
Just gonna constantly circumvent Kaporan's
I just-
knowledge of this.
Kapor's already like, I know where you went. We visited the same shop. I know it's something bad.
You didn't see me go there. You don't know I went there.
Oh shit.
The three of us walked over there when we went to go.
No, just right now you don't know
Oh.
that you don't know I was there.
He smells of gunpowder, and that's how you know.
The little goatee that is now salt and pepper is like, you were obviously near explosives.
Thank you for ordering that pocket bacon mug holder for me, for Sean. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, is there? Oh shit! And he like looks over at at Kermarsh. He was like, "Sure."
It all falls apart. Wah.
So, where are you guys coming from?
Around. Just
Okay,
heading through.
great.
Going
Yeah?
back up north.
Yeah, how far north?
All the way.
Back to Ixia?
Yep.
Okay. Well, Otis and Devin are staying with my dad in Solbren, if you happen to go up there.
It's the only reason we're going up there, is to get Kurmarsh there.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hear that the barrier is kind of a pain in the butt.
Kurmarsh has a pass.
Oh, nice, nice.
This whole time, the hammer is just like slowly edging towards Racha, but like Hawkes keeps like readjusting it.
If it gets it within like hand's reach of me, I'll like scratch it like it has ears.
Give it scritches.
There's a couple times where it gets close and you're just like, eh, and then he like readjusts it, and you're like, oh. But then there's one time where you do get like just like one finger, and just before he readjusts it back, and kind of gives you a side eye, but not like stop it, just more like a. That's enough.
I
He just
mean,
nod at it.
if you see your brother, say hi for me. And,
I'm not going.
oh, you're not.
Oh, are you talking to Kurmarsh or are you talking to Hawkes?
I was talking to Kurmarsh.
Okay. I mean, I don't think he's gonna be there.
Where else would he be?
Well, I told him that, well, let's get it right. You know how talking with Urmarsh with his spells is. He talked a lot at me, and then I responded.
Right?
He reached out to me, I told him I'm coming back, and he said to let him know once I cross the barrier, because he wants to go do something? Something about a bathhouse in District 3 and supposedly tasty walls. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know where he's going, but that kind of sounds like him.
Yeah, he was sworn up and down that these walls tasted something spectacular by some Goliath.
That
Tasty
was
walls.
the one wall he licked was like disgusting. I thought.
Are we talking about Ganthrok?
No, Goliath, not Orc.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know me.
That's
Only
true.
know one.
He did lick at least 3 walls. Now that
Yeah.
I think about it.
We're talking about the good one that you and Elia licked. That tasted like lavender.
Is this a new type of drug? What wall?
I have no idea. I don't try to understand what my brother does.
It's Eartha Marsh. Don't ask unless you don't want to know.
I let him do his thing. He's not hurting.
Do you know if he
anybody.
found Bear?
I know he
I haven't-
talks to him. I'm not sure if he found him.
I mean, I've been trying to talk to him, but just like you said, he kind of talks back, and I don't understand half the things that he's saying.
I sort
I
of just
tried.
let him say what he wants to say, and then I tell him what I want to tell him, and let him do with that information whatever he desires.
I get it. Yeah. That's why we love him. Kind of.
I'm forced to.
No, you're not. You love him.
And I'm forced to. Anyway, where are you guys off to?
We're headed south. A long, long way south.
Like through the jungle?
Like past the jungle.
Isn't that just ocean?
No, there's places past that. The first stop is Pharaoh Nymph. Yeah.
Whoa. So the water and then the islands.
Yes, Big Island. And then after that, we're heading even more south to more islands.
Oh, probably I never pictured you for the sailing type.
You know what? It's not so horrible. I mean, at least I'm not seasick like that one. And he'll gesture to Kaparin.
He just sighs, thinking about going back on the boat.
Kurmarsh kind of just looks like...
Sorry, something just blew up outside. I don't know what it was.
Nice.
It's been one of those nights.
Nearby?
Huh?
It's just McGreedy and Rachad, don't worry.
Yeah, they just detonated kindness.
They've been lighting fireworks for some stupid reason.
Pre-Halloween festivities. But Kurmarsh just looks at you like, that was, I don't know, I don't go sailing, so I don't know how much seasickness sucks.
Well, apparently it sucks a lot because he's pretty useless the second he steps on a boat. And sadly, so is Nori.
She's a little better
Nori,
than
you
I
feel
am.
the burn from all the way downstairs.
I only speak to Toof.
The tooth and nothing but the tooth. Well, regardless, you guys stay safe. The world out there is a bit crazy and hectic right now.
Yeah, I know.
At least you'll be away from all this crap.
Yeah, my concern is not for all this crap, sadly enough. It's... Marcus, have you heard from my mom?
Hawkins has been pretty quiet this entire time. Not recently, but about 5 days ago.
Is she alright?
Yeah.
Good.
Can we try and like tap at Hawkes's mind again? Not like to read his mind, not do the wisdom checking thing, like just try to talk to him.
Yeah.
I don't know, like is there a signal like, hey, I'm poking your brain, like I want to talk to you?
No, it's just a connection now.
Was she involved in that thing?
No. She's on a
Okay.
different continent.
Okay.
Orange just watching this back and forth, and he's just like, this is awkward.
No, Hawkins never turned his head away from Polly when Rachad did that to him.
Oh no, like this whole conversation
Oh, yeah,
period is just like, he's just basically ordered his food and he's just like slowly, quietly eating on the side, just like,
But he
There is
ordered
a-
spaghetti, so it's just...
There's very much a huge awkward tension between him and I right now.
Oh, yeah.
Kapori sounds like, why did you guys invite them? To Rachaw. I assume Rachaw is that by.
Yeah. But
Huh?
Kermarsh will sort of interject. Is there anything that you want me to tell your dad, Otis, Devin, Earthmarsh, if he berates my mind with words again?
I mean, just tell him all I love him. That's pretty much it.
I swear, giving that man 125 words to dump into someone's head at any given time was... I want to kick
Did he tell you about that?
Yes.
Tell you how that happened?
Yes. I
Yeah.
want to kick Illinade square in the nuts.
It's not even this Illinade, though.
I don't care. I'll find the closest Illinade and kick him square in the nuts.
Well, if it
Chad
makes
just
you
sort of,
feel
like,
any
scoots away a little
worse,
bit.
he also has speak with animals. So he
I mean,
can.
That's more of a problem for animals. So, I mean, let him
Oh,
burn.
Bill's pretty happy with it, actually.
Oh, okay. Then one
Bill likes it a lot.
more people for him to spend that stupid spell on, because, my god.
Yeah, 5 times a day is kind of a lot.
And he just burns it all at the same time. Literally, one time I told him I'm taking a shit, I will talk to him later. But no! He then proceeds to burn all the sendings right after one another without giving me time to respond and tell him to shut the fuck up.
I kind of have a feeling that he keeps talking even after he's used all the spells.
He definitely does, but unfortunately, with him having multiple sendings, he just keeps fucking touching the goddamn tattoo. He's done it when we sat at the same table before. You know how awkward that is? We're literally on
Yeah,
the opposite
I
sides of
traveled with him
tables,
for,
and
like,
he's
years.
just berating my mind with words.
Chad just sort of like side eyes over towards Hawkins because he just did it.
Yeah. I know, I kind of miss it.
I will tell him to send it your way.
I would love that. Please do.
Expect it every day.
I mean,
No matter
at least
what
I
you're
have something to look forward to.
Just be prepared not to even be able to respond. Until the very end. And then I'm pretty sure he keeps responding back, but we just can't hear it.
Yeah, I know. And the funny part is that if I sent to him, he'd probably still keep talking about the same thing. Yeah, I know.
The only reason I know it's 125 words is because he's done it to me so many times, I've sat there and counted. I didn't bring a newspaper or anything else with me, so what else was I gonna do?
Oh, can you imagine if he had that when we were kids?
He would not survive.
It would have been great.
There would have been a cliff at some point, a tragic accident.
Did I tell you he bought a horn of blasting just so he could blast it in my ear?
I approve of this.
Yeah. Just in my ear. Nobody else's, just mine.
Yep. I approve
For
of
no
this.
reason.
Yeah. Yeah, now try living in the same room with him.
I mean, I admit he's gotten worse than he used to be, but I think part of it's because, well, there's a lot of reasons, I'm sure. He's been alone a lot. I mean,
By
how can you
choice
blame
for a
him?
lot of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're busy. You have a life and a career. He's Eartha Marsh. He kind of does that lonesome thing.
Yeah, it's my choice.
Yeah. Cut him some slack. He misses you.
I get that, but greet me when we are back in the same room together, not every time. I'm scared to shit now. I swear, the man has found a way to know when I need to go.
Apparently you're regular, and that's good.
No,
Regular is a good thing.
Purposely held on for at different intervals in the day to possibly change this around. But no, I swear, I don't know if it's now a reverse thing. If he starts the sending but doesn't say anything and it just procs me, it's like, oh, I gotta go. And then he starts speaking. Once it's like cheek to pine and boom, Earth March in my head.
Can you scry?
He just turns to you. I don't do spells.
You don't do spells at all?
No.
What about Uthermarsh?
I don't trust that guy to have the mind power or the capacity to learn how to scry without it being bestowed upon him. Son of a bitch, I need to kick Illinade in the nuts. I don't even want.
I mean,
Illinade to
honestly,
think of the idea.
if he's got a tattoo of scrying, I want it. That would make our lives so much easier.
If Earthamarsh got a tattoo of scrying,
No one would be safe.
I think I would have to gut Illinade. There is no recompense for that. I don't understand what. That's asking to be hunted. But anyway. We don't have too much longer. We need to head back sooner than later. Just wanted to check in with all of you and tell the others. Good luck, mainly. They'll understand what we mean by that. And you all stay safe.
Yeah, you too. Are you guys teleporting or riding out?
No, we're doing his special thing. As he points to Hawkus. Hawkus stands up and kind of gives everyone a nod and walks off. Racha, you hear in your head. Stay safe.
Have a good night, and thank you for joining us, cousin.
Just kind of waves the hammer back at you as he's walking away.
I know he's still mad at me, but does he have to be a dick about it?
Everyone, like, as Polly's looking this way, everyone's just... As soon as Polly turns around.
Warren just
I'm looking
continued
directly
eating.
at Kuramarsh saying this.
But they make their way out. The same people, tables and chairs, seem to move out of the way as Hawkus is walking, hammer in front, and people just part like the Red Sea in front of him. But guys continue on, and they're gone.
Whew. Okay, what was up with that? Why was it so intense?
What do you mean?
So awkward.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were there.
Yes.
You know that whole not bringing back my sister thing? Yeah, still mad about it. You know, the fact that because that didn't happen and half of Solbern burned down and he lost his favorite, I guess, niece, whatever, and now my mom is going cuckoo crazy and trying to find things that'll bring her back / kill Illinade. Yeah, he's not happy about that. And he blames it all on me. So I mean, that was pretty fucking civil.
Why did we invite them to dinner?
Do you think I had a choice? I miss Huramarsh a lot. I never get to see him. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it awkward for everyone. They're still my family.
Understandable. Family's family, no matter how you put it.
I mean, it's the same as if you did something wrong and your mom came down here and told you off in front of your friends. Kind of the same thing.
You weren't here for it. I think she did do that while you were... Yep, she did it. While we had...
Oh.
Yep.
It was very well deserved. Very, very well deserved.
Yep. I know the feeling.
Okay. So there we go. And again, I'm sorry that you guys had to sit through that. I'm not happy about it either.
It's alright.
But now that that's over, I need to get some rest. It's been a very long day. I'm assuming there was food in the middle of all of that. Okay.
Spaghetti.
Kaporn ordered for everyone.
Because Kaporn ordered for everyone.
He's like, I don't know when they're gonna show up, but we're gonna have spaghetti.
So there's
Sounds like
literally
a plan.
tomato sauce everywhere in my facial hair right now.
Spaghetti's the most inconvenient noodle.
And you know Kaporn is gonna have it because he's home.
Your child likes the worm texture.
Yep. It
It
definitely
feels natural.
feels natural for Richa, yeah.
I don't think I could ever eat spaghetti again after being sick. I like the worm texture. I'm swearing off spaghetti now.
Make it slightly al dente too, so that way it's got a little bit of fight to it.
I'm gonna stick to literally any other noodle. I'm good.
Like, look, you ate me once, now I eat you. Like,
You gotta, the next time we make it, you gotta just put a little bit of pink food coloring in it.
But Pauline, as you turn around to go back to the stairs, there's also the lift that will take you up the levels.
I'll walk.
You get, someone coming down the lift, a very elegant-looking human female in a nice sort of black cocktail dress, but it's got some like shimmer to it. Comes down and sort of gives you a warm, like, inviting smile and a nod as she passes by you. And then
I'll bow. Like it just feels right.
Yep. She continues with the head nod and the smile, and then continues on towards the table.
Emmerich, were you gonna say something?
No, I'm good.
Kaporin, you, in the middle of some spaghetti noodles, feel this slight in the back of the head. And like looking over you and down at you, with spaghetti noodles half out your mouth, just creating a tomato mess across your chest. But you've learned, you're old enough now, you got a bib on.
I was gonna say, is Tim a better, cleaner eater than Kaporn is?
Yeah.
Saying you have a bib on, just the wave of disappointment.
It's
not
a
even
handkerchief
anger.
tucked in, okay?
Just disappointment.
He's put a napkin into his collar. It's fine. Not an actual bib that goes around his neck.
Your mother looks down at you, just goes, "What did I say about slurping at the table?"
It's the only satisfying way to eat them.
Pierce, twirl, bite. This is a respectable establishment, Kaporin. Come on.
Still home.
It's still home, but it's also a respectable establishment.
Kaporn then goes, stabs, twirls.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, you two. How are you? And she sits down next to Kaporin.
Is just over at the other side of the table going, hop, 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 hop.
That one's more expected. They do serve Arakakra here, so it's not much more of a cleaner situation.
Yeah, I feel like birds definitely have a different etiquette level.
Mm-hmm.
For Rachel, that is the utmost of politeness.
He's trying his best.
It's alright. In some of his BDSM, where he does also tuck a napkin. It
It's like
doesn't
off
do
to the
anything.
side.
He just
It's
it's like off to the side, over the shoulder, basically. But
I don't know why I forget he's wearing BDSM wherever, everywhere, but I always do.
so he
It's
goes,
because we're so used to it.
and then like takes the handkerchief and then puts it back on the shoulder.
Are you trying to mimic? Never mind.
Eric may or may not be imagining Rashad with a monocle on right now.
Yes, indubitably.
Yeah.
Kapora would whisper over to his mom that he can speak words now.
Oh, wonderful, Richard. Welcome to the lands of the
What do you mean? He's always knows.
vocally etiquette.
Cha like glares at Caparin and socks him in the shoulder.
He's not mute reported. He just mimics.
Kapora would not put his mom through that suffering of trying to figure out what Rachel mimicry means.
She just smiles and like sees it as unfortunately does not hit.
I wanted that natural 20 so bad.
Goes socks Kaporan rockets out of the chair. No.
I'm used to this game, is what he's like. Oh god, my body's used to it. I can't get hit.
But you go over and you basically just clip some of his armor instead.
Kapora knew what he was getting into. He was prepared.
But she just looks on, sort of like sibling fighting. But don't worry, your secret's safe with me if you'd like. It'd be nice to finally understand you.
You won't.
Wonderful.
We try. I try.
We fail.
So, how is everyone? How long are we staying?
Just a night, I think. I think he... Didn't Zorn say he would have the scroll done by the end of tomorrow?
No, it's gonna be a few days. At least 4.
That was 3 days ago.
Was it 3 days ago?
But you guys asked him to do it the night before you guys left. So technically,
Yeah, he said that he'd have it done by tomorrow night.
Oh, I thought you were saying it was gonna be 4 days from today. Okay, never mind.
no.
Probably one more night, if anything.
Alright, just let me know at least by noon tomorrow so I can make arrangements.
Thank you, Mom.
Mm-hmm. So, you guys didn't have anything to do with all the stuff going on east of here, or west of here, right? You're not getting involved in the war, are you?
We're trying to head back south.
Good.
Now you whisper.
Oh, I whispered to her that she was...
No, yeah. Like, Racha's pissed at you right now, and you're lucky he's not trying to swing anymore.
Good. You guys need to get out of this. From the information I've gathered, it's not going to be getting pretty anytime soon.
Yeah, we'll be far away.
But you're here for the night, possibly another. This is probably one of the fewer safe places to be, hence why we have so much capacity or patronage happening. Everyone's sort of flocking here that just don't want to be involved with what's going on.
It's kind of weird to see this place extremely busy. I didn't even see church when we first came in.
Yes, well, with the amount of people that we're currently supporting, we've had to bring on a few more workers, and we pretty much have to have a completely stocked staff for all shifts, which have made it a little bit difficult. But with the amount of people coming in, and those wanting to call this a more permanent home, it's sort of revitalized the town a little bit, especially after the pseudo-draft that happened not too long ago. So, it's one bright ray of sunshine in a very dark and stormy day. But, see where it goes from here.
Just glad to know you're safe. And that Tim is safe.
Of course, we purposely take in people who aren't getting involved with the war. We've had a few elven individuals try to stay here, as well as a few other mercenary folk, and we have to turn them away because we want this to be a safe haven, regardless of the situation. So that's why I asked. I needed to make sure so that way I wasn't breaching our rules. As much as I love you, I would give you other places to go to that I would feel comfortable for you staying, but it's a hard and fast rule that we're holding on to here, and hoping that the longer we keep it, the longer we can stay out of all this.
What is the current situation?
From what I've heard, and I can divulge, we're pretty much at full assault on both sides. Casualty counts somewhere. I think Ixian has the upper hand after what happened to Kember. So we're talking, I think Ixia's somewhere, at least from my last reports, in about the 50,000 casualty range. And Citia somewhere capping at about 100. 100,000. Clarify.
What about the other fronts?
Unfortunately, we don't have those statistics. Or at least they're not being passed along this far south. I only know from the individuals who've either garnered their statistics from different officers or whatnot, or have actually been to the battlefields and seen the numbers.
In the other timeline, Shranao invaded both Citia and Ixia.
Yeah.
Are they playing around on the edges again now?
Shranao isn't even touching Citia. They're focusing all their effort on Ixian, because Shranao and Citia have created an alliance. So, it's only going to get worse from here. But enough talk about weary and dreary stuff. Any fun and interesting things since the last times we saw each other?
I had a bard off in Valhalla.
Without context, I don't know how to take that.
We were plane jumping, basically, through a couple different planes. Ended up in Bryn's, I guess, where the place where the Valkyries came from, or what Bryn is. And then the god of music and
Poetry.
it's just poetry, heard me playing, and then challenged me and the rest of us to a bard off.
And she's kind of like looking from Kaporin to looking at everyone else to see if this is all true, and he just didn't like have a high experience.
We lost, but we sure put on a good show.
Okay,
Yourself.
then she turns around and she's like, okay, I believe it now.
Rachel's like, speak for yourself. I won both mine.
Yeah, we're trying to kick ass at that beer pong.
Nori from up in her room is like, I should feel proud right about now. I don't know why.
Because you were rolling for me.
Yeah, that happened. That was fun.
That sounds incredible.
My favorite part was when we met Richard's ancestors.
And she kind of like looks to you, Richa. I don't even know what to ask. Were they everything that you thought they would be?
I was expecting a little more haughtiness, so pleasantly surprised by him,
Okay,
to say the least.
that's good.
They live underwater now. Well,
That seems weird.
well, the plane they live on is usually plagued by creatures trying to eat each other. So they needed to hide, which they're very good at.
The few times that I've heard of stories of Richa and have had dealings with you, Richa, I can completely understand they would be great at hiding.
Racha has stealthed to the other side of her and is just like, yeah, I agree.
Oh! Be still, my beating heart. See what I mean?
It's mostly this fancy cloak, and he just sort of like swings it kind of like it's a frilly dress.
Yeah, kind of back and forth. Like, well, you do pull it off. I should know about fashion. I've tried to teach Kaporin, but he just seems to stick with the same type. He's not let go of anyway.
It works, okay,
Yeah,
Mom? It works.
Sometimes fashion just falls upon deaf ears, not like me. Just sort of like plays with his nipple ring.
He just says that and like starts circling his story.
Expected to hear tonight.
It's like flicks it, makes a little tink sound or whatever.
Just circle. Ding.
You have a new stepdad, Kaporin. Congratulations.
Oh my. Feel like I got to make this.
Shield your eyes! Shield your eyes!
Kaporin sees Richard does this and just like puts his hands over his mom's. Just no. I've already got
I don't
one
care what
dad
happens.
problem. I don't need two.
Oh god.
But she just laughs it all off. Well, it sounds like you guys are having wonderful adventures, and hopefully they just get better and better. And pulls you further away from this war, keep you guys a little bit safer. Across all of your minds, flashing the panther-dillos, the giant bird creature that almost ate you guys, the coming back to this plane and almost getting destroyed in a storm. He's like, yeah, safer.
Everyone's just eyeing each other out. We're like, yeah.
She kind of like stands back up and goes, oh, I do need to get back. Like I said, reach out to me before noon tomorrow, if you are staying another night. Your
Yes,
brother's,
Mom.
your brother's staying at Ethel's for a couple nights while everything is extra busy to give me sort of an easier going to bed and waking up and getting ready routine. But you all have a wonderful night.
Night.
She kind of gives you a kiss on the top of the head, like retucks in the handkerchief into your collar a little bit, pats down your hair and just kind of the shortness as she runs her hand through it. So you really need to commit to either go short or go long. None of this in between stuff.
You can ask Brent about this one.
Then she just ruffles it a little bit and then walks away, giving you all a bit of a princess wave goodbye as she heads to her lift.
Just whiffs away. Woo!
Once she leaves the table, Am will kind of down whatever is left in his mug and say, well, on that note, it is getting really late and it's been a pretty long day, so should probably start heading to bed soon.
Alright. Well, I'll leave you guys first then. Enjoy your last drink, Polly. Oh no, Polly's are gone. Warren will just finish his drink and it's like, I'll head up first then. Good night.
Cha tries and trip him as he leaves.
God damn
Go
it.
for it. Make another unarmed strike.
I cast guidance on John.
Make a dex save, Kapoor.
I don't think I'm gonna survive. 15. No, 16.
You're tripping, but he catches himself.
Next time, don't fucking tell somebody else's secrets. You want me to go around telling people you're a tiefling?
No. I'll keep that in mind. Sorry.
And just like goes back to.
Or makes a mental note.
The 30 seconds of sass from Racha.
I was gonna say, it took him to get angry once. And fucking Kaporin's like, alright, I'll think about that.
When the person who
Fucking
never gets
everyone else tells him something 700 fucking times. He's like, eh.
it's because it's
like
the one
when the
person
person
who
who's
doesn't get
never
angry.
angry,
Yeah.
they're the scariest.
Richard's usually the one person that goes with Kaporin's like
He
cockamamie
couldn't
schemes.
fucking tell you that shit. He didn't have the words unless they were in someone else's voice.
Yeah, so now it even makes me. Yeah. We'll leave that at that.
This is why Bryn has just been like, I'm gonna punch him. This is why. I'm gonna punch him. He's gonna learn because he's gonna be like, I don't want to get punched, so I'm not gonna do the stupid thing. I am conditioning him not to be dumb.
Statistically, that's not how it works, but I'm not going to say anything.
Shut up, I don't care.
I've got the brass knuckles, so I volunteer to be the fist of the party whenever it comes to disciplining the tiefling.
No, Bryn just needs every time she punches Kapoor now, just have a little bell she rings at the same time.
And you'll just become afraid of a bell.
Psychological
so she doesn't
warfare.
even need to hit him anymore. She just rings the bell and Kapoor.
We're gonna
It's
train him to be
mental.
like the dragon from Harry Potter.
Yeah, pretty much. But you know, you may need it. So,
Dragon from Harry Potter? Probably.
well, that too. So with that, Racha, you down the bowl of less tasty worms, and find your way up to the roof. It is packed up here. There's about 12 Urukok that are up here.
Hey guys, got room for measly little boy like me.
You start to like squeeze your way in, and they're all pretty much sleeping already and roosting. So you're kind of like, excuse me, pardon me. And some of them like wake up and like shift a little bit, and you find like this nice like good congruency point of like 4 roosts that basically give you like a little lifted platform, and you're about head height with the rest of them now. And then get all comfy. So obviously the first people to wake up is Bryn.
She's gonna be like, and I'm gonna go back to sleep. Just like, how long can I make myself sleep?
Okay, you could certainly try.
No, she'd wake up for a little bit.
And Nori, what were you doing during this entire time? You just sitting there watching Bryn?
Creepily staring at her.
Pulling the Edward Cullen.
In the what?
Just pulling the Edward Cullen, just sitting in the corner watching her sleep.
That's unbelievably creepy. No, thank you. She'd be sleeping, like, come morning.
Yeah.
Just sleeping next to Bryn.
Okay.
Just me and my sleep paralysis demon.
So Nori has become the wedge, so Bryn doesn't roll. At one point when Bryn tries, but Nori's just there, and so Nori's just like getting slightly suffocated. And then like the lack of oxygen makes her wake up, and she's gotta. It's like all guys, so when they try to cuddle a girl that has long hair, and we just can't breathe through it all.
I didn't know that was a problem.
It is very much a problem. We're just like. And then they'll like try and be like, "Why'd you stop cuddling me?" And I go back in.
So glad I don't have those problems.
Yep, it's a problem. Especially women who have very thick hair. It just becomes a suction nest of. I literally have to sit there and like part the hair, so I have a breathing hole.
Yeah, but Bryn's got a braid.
She's not gonna have the braid in if she's sleeping more than 12 hours.
That's definitely when you're gonna have a braid, my dude. You don't want to.
Not. Did you? Oh, I don't know if I told you. Valkyrie braids have like weapons inside them.
Oh well, sure. Take that out.
So I mean, like you got to undo your braid to get them out. It's meant so if anyone ever grabs it, very much like the razor blades in the hair type thing.
But no, you did not tell me that. That is amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
But no, she'd put it back in a braid.
Okay. Oh yeah, they have like some have used caltrops, others have used like sharp little forms of metal, and it usually will they're technically attached to the hair string, but then they just sort of like fork out and create like fish hooks. So yeah, it's during battle in case someone was to grab that, all of a sudden they got a problem on their hands, literally.
Just imagining Bryn like whipping someone with her hair, and now it's like a barbed whip.
They're not exposed enough to use like that. It has to be grabbed for it to become a problem.
But imagine how metal Bryn could be. We could just take her to a metal concert, and she would just murder everybody.
Actually, some of Valkyrie training, because they have long hair and it's prepped like that, is they get hung by their hair for hours on end. So you literally, they tightly braid it, drive a hook through it, and hang them for hours to make sure that their scalp and everything can hold together and basically get used to it.
The more you know.
My super short show.
Or torture.
Essentially in the morning, Nori would make sure Bryn does not roll over, get up, shower, go downstairs, and get some breakfast for the both of them, and then bring it back up.
Okay. Bryn starts to yawn and stretch, and Nori's just like, no! And just like, cat splays out behind her to stop her from rolling. because she will roll over you if she wants to. And so you just stop her and like remind her, like, "Hey, wake up, stay here, don't move, please, thank you."
About
I'll
what
get
time
food.
does this happen?
You guys would be waking up a couple hours after that.
Because I usually wake up around 6.
Yeah, but by the time you guys got here, had food, discussion, and everything, we're talking like 1 a.m. You guys went to bed. Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah, 16 hours from 7 a.m. is pretty late.
Plus dinner with family. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's more draining than the trip here.
But easy enough to grab some food. You guys saw when you first got here that it was pretty packed, and it stays pretty packed even for the morning crew of individuals. Though the very zoomy waitress is around for the breakfast shift. The red streak of her hair flying through everybody. She sets you up with a couple trays to go, and it's got every different facet. For Bryn's, it's very meat heavy, and for you, it's very grain and vegetable heavy.
Yep, and then I'll take that upstairs.
Yeah. She was very weary about putting vegetables on your plate because she's like, vegetables for breakfast. Whatever. You want
Don't
it?
question
I
it.
give it to you. And she can zoom off and come back and have them for you.
Yeah, just bring that back, and Bryn gets breakfast in bed.
What sucks, Bryn, is that you slept on your side all night. So now you're stuck on your... I'm just kidding. Breakfast in bed is fine. You guys can have any conversation that you want. You can stay awake and chill in bed or try and go back to sleep. God knows you could probably sleep a couple days with this group that you have, but it's completely up to you what you'd like to do. By the end of your guys' breakfast is when everyone else would probably be waking up.
If I'm gonna have to stay here for a while, can you find me something to do? A book, something?
Yeah, sure. I can go look for something.
If
Just
we're
if
not
you go
gonna-
out. What, Emmerich?
Wait until one of us finds a game called Monopoly in one of the closets. I'm sure the group won't fall apart.
Oh, you want Kaporan? Kaporan goes searching through his closet. He has all his kid stuff.
We all break
Sounds
up.
like fidget
There's a divorce.
Sorry,
Or who
Rocky
gets the
guys with all
hotels
the
in the
dash
divorce?
shit. It's gonna be an issue.
Oh yeah, 100%.
The tavern burns down. No issue.
You guys should just have Bryn, like, walking 1 foot a second. Just slow walking the entire day. So she can at least go and do stuff.
Yeah.
No,
just
that's
like,
what she would do, because I'm assuming she's gonna have to go at least pee at some point.
Bedpans are a thing.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, we're not that desperate at this point. She's like, we got a
Nori
little
might be.
time. I will go very, very slow.
Nori might be. You go to, like, sit up and start to get out of bed, and she's just... What are you doing?
Whole person.
I don't think I stalked. I'm kidding.
Thorn whip.
Polymorph into a snake.
Don't
and just-
have that spell.
Thornwhip also moves her 10 feet, so it's like it'd be pointless at that point.
It's up to 10 feet. It doesn't have to actually be 10 feet. Just slam her back down into the bed.
giant flying snake and just holds her there.
She just literally transforms into a bear and just sits on top of Bryn.
Big, just one giant paw.
Just enjoy.
She'd let her do what she wants as long as it's like slow walking.
So, you get the urge to pee and you start slow walking, but it's not to Nori's slow enough standards. So you like start to take a step. She's like, ah, and you just like go extra slow.
Too late. I already did it.
Yeah, once you go to a certain speed, there's nothing you can do. It's just like, it's fine.
Just this creature out in the middle of the plains, just like, oh, thank God.
Just trapped, just like, I can't What the fuck?
Why hasn't the fuck she moved yet?
So, the rest of you guys wake up. By the time you wake up, Racham, the majority of the Aircocker are gone, but there are still like 3 here.
Are they awake, or would I be disturbing them?
One's awake.
Hi.
Alright.
What brings you into town?
Hometown's destroyed.
Oh dear. What happened?
War.
Where was that?
Up north.
The Northern Ice Sheet?
No. North City.
The Feather Clan lands.
Right.
Makes sense.
That it does.
I'm sorry to hear.
Shit happens, then you die.
Shit happens, then you die.
Yep.
2 + 2, I figured water.
Whatever that means.
Can I do something?
You can do whatever the fuck you like.
I hug him.
You feel better?
Do you feel better?
No.
I was kind of hoping it would.
Appreciate the offer.
Anything I can be of assistance with?
Not really.
Are you all brothers and sisters?
No. I don't know these people.
Well, glad you made it here.
Thanks.
I hope. And then he just walks away.
All our characters have been away from towns for so long. Any social skills we were starting to develop have disintegrated completely.
But he goes back to just cleaning his feathers.
Cha just rappels down and then forgets that he doesn't have his rope and falls.
He just like jumps over the side, goes to like grab the rope behind, and just goes, "Oh dear."
And then like from his back goes, I need to get rope. And he'll get up and go towards the general store.
Yeah, Nori goes out looking for books.
Oh,
Polly
wow.
will wake up and knock on Bryn's
Take
door.
13 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay. Nori, by the time that you would have gone out, you all of a sudden hear I need to get rope.
Nori like goes outside. and sees
You pull
Rickshaw
around the
flutter.
corner, and there's just a rickshaw like, rope.
Just laying on the ground like, I deserve this.
Nori holds out her hand to help him up.
He'll get up with her help.
It only works because he's the lightest member of our group.
Any
What's he doing
heavier,
jumping off
and you would
buildings?
pull him down, and he would get up.
I'm used to rappelling, and I forgot that I didn't have any rope anymore.
Well, we do need more, and I'm looking for books.
Yeah, I broke both mine trying to save Amric.
Yeah, how did you manage that?
Uh, on my end, not too difficultly. Bryn, on the other hand, yeah, she was near sliced in half, I think.
She had an entire chunk taken out of her arm, and her hands were they're down to bone.
I did my best to create the geometry required, but I am a noodle.
You and me both, brother. All right, let's go.
As the two wet noodles walk down the street together, Bryn, you hear a
Would Nori have locked the door?
yeah. Her
Damn it,
paranoidness, yeah.
Hang on, and she will slowly walk over to the door.
Polly,
one
you
in.
hear a hang on. About 45 seconds later.
Are you supposed to be in bed?
I had to get up anyways. I've just been going really slow.
I hear ya. Hey, can we talk? I was hoping Nori would be here too, but I kind of need to tell you a couple things.
Yeah, of course. She's going looking for stuff.
Well, let's slowly move back to the bed because you're gonna need to be sitting down for this one.
She will very slowly make her way and sit back down.
As Polly just is kind of fidgeting, like, hurry up!
Yeah, she's moving so slow, you're like... You go outside, grab the whiskey cup, come back inside, she's still going. Kind of look around for a server, shake the cup at her, she zooms up the stairs, zooms back down, you turn around, take a sip, walk in, still have to wait for Bryn.
Grab another one for Bryn for when she finally sits down.
This isn't easy for me either.
I know, I get it. I cannot even imagine right now. I wish I could cast slow on you, so it makes it easier for you because you wouldn't have a choice. But I'm not a wizard.
Eventually, she sits down.
Here, I know it's early, but here, and I'll hand you the cup of whiskey. Two things, and I meant to bring this up with the whole group, but unfortunately, we have not been together for a little while. We're kind of all over the place. One, the Kember thing it was an Ixia thing. Ixia did that. Ixia did that to Kember. It was not a god.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a crazy weapon. It was just Ixia.
There's no surprise in Bryn's face.
I'm a little bit surprised because they aren't, well, they're so against magic. And anyway.
I mean, they're against magic, but they're also very magical up top.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of why I was a little pissed off about the whole I can't even use spells that are good for me kind of thing. But anyway, so good, you're not surprised. That's great. Second thing, I talked to our wizard friend, and the scroll that we came here to get that's going to be done tonight is going to cost us 10,000 gold. And I don't have that much.
I don't
And
even
he
know
also
if we all have that much.
wants 3,000 for the crystal ball that Richa broke. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get that scroll, which makes me even more nervous because we asked him to rush it.
I mean, he teleported us last time, albeit not the best,
No.
but he did it, and Nori has something of Ladash's to help get us back there, right? So that would help him.
It would.
Could we talk to him about doing that instead of him teleporting us directly instead of using the scroll?
We could. The problem is right now that we asked him to make the scroll because we wanted him to make a scroll, and having him rush it and then not buying it kind of feels like, well, honestly, it kind of feels like bullshit.
Was the scroll before that much?
No, they were never that much before, but there is also a war going on, and he is
I'm
a
not
powerful
surprised
wizard.
that it went higher. I mean, you could talk to him about that and didn't realize how expensive it would be, blah blah blah. Can we do this instead and still pay obviously a price, and I can pay Richard's debt, but not if we're going to be paying $10,000 for a scroll, or 10,000 gold for a scroll.
Right, and apparently the Richard debt thing was pending the things that we were supposed to get in Nymph. Those like electric reeds or whatever they were. I don't remember what it is they were supposed to be, but
I mean, we are going back there. We can still see if we can get those.
true. I don't know. I think that you would be the only one that I know of besides Nori and Richard that would. Well, I know everybody but Caparan would pretty much understand what I'm like.
It's gonna be shitty, especially because you called and asked for it. Did he say a price when you called him?
No, but we've done favors on and off throughout the years, or well, months, and I just don't want to lose. You know what I mean? Like good contact kind of thing.
No, of course. I mean, do you feel he's trustworthy? Do you feel like he...
Oh, he's absolutely trustworthy. I do not have a problem with him.
You can try the honest approach and tell him that's what you weren't expecting, and if we could do some other type of deal and still try to get the reeds for him. And I mean, Kapor's mom lives here, for God's sakes. We'll probably coming back at some point, especially if we get those reeds for him.
True. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I will talk to him today. I mean, I guess I'll talk to him tonight. I guess because how long are you planning on slow walking?
All day.
But just one day.
However long we need to. It's gonna suck, but I'll do it if it
Okay.
gives
Then
us more time.
I'll go talk to him this evening instead of tonight or tomorrow.
When you go,
Yeah.
can you see if there? Well, no. Never mind. Never mind. Nah, it's not gonna be worth it with his prices
Sure?
at this point. Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? I can look and give you a price.
That's probably gonna hurt.
What?
You know how I can sense stuff, but I don't really see it?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to be able to see it instead. At least a couple times, one time, something.
You mean like dark vision?
No, like I have the blind sight, and I can
Right.
sense if you're like near me.
Uh-huh.
But I can't actually see if something is near me. I just get a sense. I want to be able to see whatever is around me.
You mean like see invisibility?
Yeah, that one.
I have that spell. I can get that. I can stock that spell if you want me to.
You can. Okay. Yeah. Can
Yeah.
you?
I can, yeah. Let me just have to go through what I have and make sure that I can, if it's not, well, let me double check real quick and I will sit down and see if I have that spell for real.
I don't think, do clerics get see invisibility? I think that's a more wizardy thing.
It's a particular domain. I don't know if it's his domain though.
No, but I have True Seeing, which is a 6th level spell.
Yeah, see invisibility, bard, sorcerer, wizard.
Yeah, so I have True Seeing. So you'll have True Sight. It's a little more than you're asking for, honestly, because you'll not only be able to see that, but you'll be able to see into the ethereal plane as well. Which sometimes gets a little crazy over there, depending on where you are. Which is kind of weird. I had it cast on me once, and whoo boy, there's a lot of shit going on over there. Like weird creatures swirling around, and ooh. But I've got it if you need it.
AKA a bad trip.
Yeah, it lasts an hour. But I'd have to stock it.
Okay. Could you at least check then for the other see invisibility or whatever?
Sure, yeah, I'll ask.
Curious about it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I can afford it, I'll get it.
Remember,
Just kind of a...
stock spell scrolls under 5th level.
Oh. I don't know what level spell that is. Well, I mean, yeah, you do. Polly doesn't. Yeah, if I see it, I'll see how much it is, and if I can afford it, I'll grab it. Just because I still feel really bad. I'll also ask how much it'll be if we just teleport somewhere. But yeah, I just still kind of nervous about it. But I'll talk to him tonight. This afternoon. After 10 o'clock, after he wakes up. Is there anything I can get you while you're sitting here all by yourself?
I think Nori's trying to find a book or something to do. It's gonna
Kaporn's
be a
got-
long fucking day. I know what Kaporn has. No, didn't he give those to what's his name? To the guy?
I mean,
I
I
gave
don't
my
have
book to him. Yeah, in the
Okay.
air, the plane of air. We gave them
yeah,
books,
that's right. There was
and I
only
would not read Kaporn's books.
It's only like a half a chapter in.
I doubt you're missing much, my friend.
I'm missing a lot, trust me. But it ain't from that book.
There you go.
Anyway. Oh! And just as a side note, Devin and Otis are fine. If I didn't tell you guys earlier.
That's good.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sure you were worried, especially landing in Kember like that.
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, Illinate apparently bamped them out, and they are with my dad, so they're safe for now.
How do you feel that he's still watching over you, even though you're with Burleson?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
I am not mad about it. I mean, to be honest, I didn't want to give him up. It wasn't really my choice, so I like Burleson a lot. I do. I mean, come on, I get to drink whenever I want to, and nobody can be mad at me about it because I can just say that I'm meditating or praying, and they can't really go against me, so I get to drink whenever I want without judgment. But yeah, you know what? I like the guy a lot. I'm also heard that he was injured in a god battle not too long ago, so I'm a little bit worried and nervous about that. Man, things are going down and I don't understand what's happening. I mean, I thought the gods were the gods and they just kind of did their thing and lived forever. And
I mean, I feel like just being with Cassian has showed us that that's not really true, you know? Because he was friendly acquaintances with some of them who are now gods.
yeah, sure,
Yeah.
but
So what
I mean, that
Nori
was
has
like,
known the whole time.
but that was like thousands of years ago. Was that hundreds of years ago? I don't even remember. I don't even know.
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, everything has to come from somewhere, but still, like when you get to be that powerful, can you get? I guess you can still get hurt like that. That doesn't bode well for us. That's for sure.
It's fine.
Sure. Sure. You know what? I'm gonna go downstairs and see if they have any cards or dice, and then I'll be back.
I have dice.
Excellent. How about we play a few rounds, just for funsies before I take off?
Sure.
It's just so you don't have to go anywhere and you're not bored. And we can do that till Nora gets back, and then I'll go to the shop because it's going to be after 10 o'clock then. And I'll talk to, yeah.
Okay. So one game of high-low?
Whatever.
All right, D4.
Or liar's dice even. I mean, either one.
This one's fast and straightforward. D4's the two of you.
Starting off strong.
Hey, you know what? Not only are you slow, but your dice are slow.
Playing Rachaw's game. That's what you're doing.
All right, probably coming in strong. D6s. Okay, 5 to 6. D8s. Okay. First D10. Second D10. D12. Always one more than you, Bryn.
It's currently +4 on her, whatever
Yeah.
the score is.
Then D20. Bryn. As you roll the D20, you realize
Oh,
that's
no.
not your D20.
Oh God.
How did his goddamn dice get into my goddamn bag? Oh no.
You don't think Mr. Stealthy
just-
Bird isn't gonna put...
I just roll it and go, oh
I wasn't gonna
shit.
put it. That thing was mine. I was never giving it to anybody.
Oh, this wasn't a hidden by choice. It was a hidden by necessity.
He's like, who would be the only person who would keep it safe but not even touch it?
And give it to the
Bryn.
one person in the group that it's like, okay, if I trust anyone not to roll it or to keep it safe, it'd be Bryn.
Polly does that weird, like,
As you see the
I don't
dice
know, horror
rolling.
story thing where he sees it and then he freaks out and jumps back and is up in the corner of the wall like
8 might have
second he
actually been
sees it.
spent, in all honesty. Of the 3 that I rolled, I think 8 might have been one of them.
Yeah, so you need. Let me check.
It was like 6 was the one that I don't know what happened. 12 was the one that gave me the dagger, or no, 12 was the one that gave me the experience, and 8 was the one that gave me the dagger, or something like that.
I'm pulling it up right.
Different timeline.
Yeah, it's probably a different dice in all honesty. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Racha has not rolled anything on this dice.
Perception. Is any number missing?
One second.
Glad to know that we still have a piece of a god with us.
Another.
Just give it back to Racha. He'll hold on to all of them. He's got a little coin purse of them, or whatever you want to call it, a little clutch.
Does that also
You
have
think
the
she's
bone of
giving
God
the
in it?
Chaos Goblin another piece of chaos?
I mean, once he figures out that you have it.
You will never know.
Okay, I need to look at your character sheet. Bryn, here you are. Right, manage character.
I really wish this didn't happen at 1:15 because now I'm gonna be up for a real long time because I am scared.
Okay. So, the dice rolls and it lands. The number 8 sort of seems to shake and vibrate off the top of the dice itself before sort of just disintegrating into the air. You feel something happen to you, but not sure what it is. It's just a weird feeling in general. But the dice then, almost like a pop rock, spins up into the air and continues rolling once more. Go ahead and roll another d20 for me. You got the one where you lose 10,000 XP and you have to re-roll. But luckily, if it's going to push you back a level, you only go back to that. So you technically only lose 4,000 XP. Right. That's the thing.
Is the dice powerful enough to kill a Deathwalker?
Who knows?
Make a wish, Brent.
I'm really sad. My XP has changed for the first time in forever, and it
It's
went
negative.
backwards.
Keep on donating those bits, everyone. Gotta help Bryn.
Okay, so that's that. Number 5. Interesting. The number 5 starts to shine. A bright sort of white gold color before it starts to change into a myriad, almost a rainbow-like-esque of colors before just shimmering away into nothingness. You get the knowledge of if you really wanted something to not have happened, you could undo it. Anything that you have had a direct hand with, all the way from Barnabas getting out, the Deathwalker, Illinade, the first time you went to the temple. You could go back to the original timeline. There's a whole host of things. But the further back you go, who knows what that's going to change to where you're at now.
Is it like she has to burn it now kind of thing?
she can hold on to it if she'd like, up until the point where she dies. And that is any death where you lose 3 saving throws. So if you get revivified, you no longer have it, or resurrected, or whatever, or the Deathwalker gets you, or whatever the case may be. And you get brought back, it's gone. But the dice stays unmoving.
So I just know this.
Yeah.
She's gonna look at the dice, look at Polly, and go, "Holy shit!"
What happened?
Polly's behind
Are
the
you
chair.
undead? Do you have a house? Are you dumb? Do you have a servant around here somewhere?
Oh, it would have been great if she got the servant one.
Are you super smart?
I wish. No, I think I can change something that's happened that I've had a part in.
God, that's even worse.
I think I could get rid of the Deathwalker.
I mean, but what would that change after that?
I don't know. But it's kind of like any other the timey-wimey bullshit. If we fuck with it farther back, it's probably going to change it more.
I mean, I guess it's something to think about.
And with that, we'll end tonight's session.
I feel like
Thank God.
that's the right time to do it. In all honesty,
I
give her a chance to
I need
consider.
a break.
Just as Nori goes into the bookshop and sees the same book about Valak, but now down here in Cydia.
Do my feathers like prick up when I was like, the dice has been rolled?
No, not quite.
It's not. Is it like Jumanji? You just dun dun.
You hear the chanting somewhere coming up. Rashad just gets scared, looking for souls.
Emmerich immediately feels a pang of disappointment as the loss of an opportunity to erase Kaporin from the timeline.
The opportunity is still available.
I mean, oh god, I hope Bryn doesn't say something
See,
like that.
Deathwalker or no Kaporin? No Deathwalker, no Kaporin. Let's see. Let's weigh the option.
I mean, okay.
No, there'd still be a Deathwalker, don't worry.
No, yeah.
No, there
Kaporin.
wouldn't.
It'd be
If we got rid of
Kaporin.
Kaporin, there would have been no reason to come down here, and Bryn wouldn't have died.
Well, think about how you can change the timeline to give the Deathwalker to Kaporin instead of yourself. Then we could solve both problems.
Change it so that our group was the one that ended up down in that area instead of yours. But let's be real, that would be Rachaz, the one that got buried
Oh, yeah,
alive. Then
He's the one poking stuff down there. But where Shaw could have evasioned his way out of that.
he would have like bounced up all the rocks as they were falling
Yeah,
down.
definitely done a Naruto
He also,
jumping rock.
if the plant told him he needed water, he'd have given the plant water, not poured it on top.
That's on me.
Squad, all right. So, any questions? Brand, don't
Concerns.
even.
So many.
Concerns. Don't bat Kaporin out of existence, please.
You just gotta get on Brand's good side.
You know, I've already dug
Good
a
luck
hole
with
that
that.
far. I don't think that's possible.
You're lucky you're on the neutral side right now.
And she technically just a little heads up, by the way. You don't remember Barnabas. You
Yeah.
still haven't got that fixed yet.
I mean, I don't know necessarily, like, I don't have memories of him, but I mean, I know what Nori has told me, and I know of the things that have happened since.
Be fair, you could literally just like rewrite your whole life and be like, yeah, my scouting troop didn't go on that scouting trip that sent me away from, or that Floki needed to send me away from. You could
Yeah.
literally just completely
This is how I
erase.
say Bryn's out of the campaign, guys.
Yeah, you just completely
New
erase
character.
yourself away from.
Nori is not my soulmate, sorry.
All of a sudden, everyone goes, ugh. All right, Bethany, let's go.
Who the hell's Bethany?
Oh, she's
Kaporn
she's
Human bard.
Kaporn kind of feels completely ruined. He's just like, what the
It's,
fuck?
it's like Racha and Brisa, the best friends, have had so much experience with each other. Like,
Wait, could she basically go back and not even have the prophecy connected to her?
That would change a whole hell of a lot.
That one, she doesn't have direct control of the outcome.
Okay.
Because the prophecy was done before her. So it was already... Like, that's the moment she's conceived, the prophecy's imprinted on her. So she doesn't have any control on that situation.
Well, and they thought, didn't you say it was like, they thought it was like me or one other kind of thing?
Yeah, very, very much Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom-esque type of situation. But the only reason they thought that was because your parents basically were like hiding and lying about when you were born. So they're like, oh, it's got to be the next Valkyries that are born. And it's like, oh, look, 2 people are born on the same day. Ooh, look at that. Wow, she's a pretty big newborn. So, all right. If you have any questions, feel free to message me and I'll get back to them as soon as I can. If I don't talk to you all before then, have a great weekend. Roll for Insight this Sunday to hear in on Group 2 and some possibly new mechanics. But, guys, have a great weekend, and we'll be back Monday.
Night, y'all.
Night.
Night.
Alright.
Thank you for all of you that stayed with us. Have a great night. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.